very soon. So here's what we're going to do. CPT, Performance Transmissions, and 918 Motorsports, they have gotten together, and they are going to give a bounty to the tailgate truck that goes the furthest in this bracket race shootout. One person from the A and one person from the B, as long as we have 5 minimum tailgates in each of those. Again, I know you're all mixed together, but I will give him all the information from the A and B categories to make sure that we get that rocking and rolling. But, dude, thanks so much to Jeff from 918 Motorsports for, again, putting your money where your mouth is. And pay attention to all these sponsors that are putting their profits back into racing that you like, because they don't have to do that. These guys can keep their profits in their business and, you know, continue growing their business. But part of growing their business for them is supporting races like this. And again, pay attention to folks that are supporting these races and give them the first shot to earn your business, please, because it really does matter. So when you do buy stuff from these folks, let them know that you heard about them on Megaweek, and tell them we appreciate you for throwing a little extra cash on top for those tailgate rides. And again, CPT and 918 Motorsports, based here out of Tulsa. Thank you guys so much, and we'll work that out. But the person in the tailgate class that goes the furthest in that bracket race shootout, again, 5 minimum out of each of the A or B, is going to get 500 minimum. So, yeah, guys, it's going to be cool. And the foxy grandpa back there is doing the work. And he's getting all those cars rolling and making it happen. So let's get you're on deck right now. I'm not going to call you quite yet, but round one for bracket. Round one for bracket. You are on deck. I'm going to get ready to call you up into the lanes. I'll call you here in just a minute. Again, round one for bracket. So all you folks there in the bracket category, make sure that you are turning and burning those cars around, because I'm going to be calling you really quick. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Bracket class, round number one. Bracket class, round number one, come on up. Lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And again, don't forget, if you are in the first 2 cars in any of those lanes, you might be picked next. Ron will just be running around doing random pairings with the playing cards. So if you are in the first 2 cars on either of those, and on any of those lanes, you might be pulled next. So 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, please, for round number 1 of bracket. And then don't forget to have your dial in on the left-hand side of your car for us, please. Again, have that dial in on the left-hand side of your car for us, please. Make it big and bold so that we can make sure we get it in there right. And don't forget, racers, if you stage on the dial-in that's out there, you own it. It's yours. If you don't stage on it, you tell us what you need it to be, we can change it, easy peasy. But the second you stage on it, you own it. Here comes the junior streeters. We got that left lane all cleaned up, and we are going to go junior street racing. So again, you'll see the full tree, and then they'll run the 8th mile. They can't run any quicker than 9 flat in that 660-foot 8th mile. And if you need to know, that's also called a furlong. Who knew? Yeah, Google it. I promise you. 1/8 mile is a furlong. More useless, stupid facts brought to you by Adam Dory. Again, this is their first time trial, and they will dial in the next round. And they've already done their chip draws, and we have $120 for the best burnout in round number 1 and $120 for the best reaction time in round number 1. That's pretty sick. The track staff even threw in on that. I'm into the burnouts, they said. I ended up getting like 40 or 60 bucks from the guys here down here on the starting line that said, I want to watch teenagers do burnouts. Ammon Erickson in the right lane. He was a 940 dial throughout the week. Again, this class running for consistency. He's next to Jake Wing with the S10, a 946 all week long. Again, this their first time trial session, and then they can dial whatever they want here in that shootout. JP Carew. Did I say that right? JP Carew, if you can come up to the second floor of the tower, we do have a racer that possibly needs some nitrous. If you are on property and you can help a racer fill some nitrous, if you can cruise up here to the second floor of the tower, and we will, you can earn a little money today. You're welcome. So if you are here, we will be happy to put a little bit of cash in your pocket in exchange for gas. And I'm talking about like gas, you know. 973 and a 933. Probably my favorite ride in the junior street category in the right lane is Dayton Coral. Why is it my favorite? It's a stick shift. So a teenager out here driving a stick shift Mustang, 974 throughout the week. The left lane is Molly Alsop. Sean Alsop, her dad, is one of the guys. He's put up the first $100 for the best reaction time, and then because I'm a absolute G, I was like, no. I like burnouts. You want to do racing? I want to do burnouts. And he was like, well, whatever. You throw up whatever you want. Molly is Austin's younger sister, who typically is running this Fox Mustang in the junior street category. And Molly goes 909 and a 971 in the gear banging Fox Mustang in the right lane for Dayton Coral. A pair of wicked chicks going at it here. 2 lady racers in the junior street category. The teenagers, Claire Culp in the left lane, the 66 Galaxy with the 2 gigantic whip antennas hanging out of the quarter panels of that 68 Galaxy. She's lined up next to the Silverado truck. That's Briley Tiltson. Tiltson is one of those folks that's going to be back at Ennis later on next week to go compete for a junior dragster national championship title. The right trailer Silverado in the right lane. She was 970 during the week. I wouldn't know. I'm in the same boat. 969 in the right lane and a 1003 for Claire Culp. Here's Isabella Holt in the left lane. The 75 Maverick with a 385 series big block Ford under the hood. Yes, it's a 429 cubic inch mill under the hood of the 75 Maverick. and she'll like the tree or the scoreboard. 884 is too quick. You got to slow that thing down there, blonde girl. And now we're going into round number 1 in our bracket shootout. Just shy of 100 cars in this category. Our first taker in the right lane is Ethan Densman out of the Wild West Dragon Drive. The Mordor Crew Cab Nova, dialed 1236. The left lane, the 1834. In the left lane for Thomas Desrat with the 77 Volare. So the Volare will get the head start. Densman will sit there on the starting line and go red and hand over the win to Desrat with the Volare. He'll run it out. We'll see what those rides will run. But Desrat will be back for round number 2 of the bracket shootout. 1247 on the 36 and a winning 1834 on the 34. Giddy up. The Nova in the left lane is Dominic Gonzalez. He's out at 1320, very appropriate. The 1337 in the right lane is Corey Wells, the 69 El Camino. Green lights over here and pretty close. Wells in the El Camino trying to stay ahead of the Gonzalez and does it 1347. And we'll see that ride back in round number 2. A previous winner in this bracket category here in the left lane, the 4th gen Camaro called the Track Hoe out of Sturgis, South Dakota. That's up near my hood. That's Caleb Dorn. He was in the 12-0 category, dialed 1206 appropriately. The right lane is Eric Grillo out of Male Motorsports with the big old C10 dialed 1520. So he'll get the head start. The gas guy is here on site, so if you do need gas, that's on site. Green lights on this end. Caleb pulls alongside at 1,000 foot. Double breakout, and your past winner in this category gets knocked out in round number 1 on a double breakout win. Eric Grillo will take the win with a 1511, a less breakout than the 1191 on the 1206, and we'll see that Male Motorsports truck back in round 2. The Chevy Colorado in the left lane is James English, the 08 Colorado, dialed 1215, taking on that SRT Hellcat Durango of Eric Daniels, dialed 1120. He gets the win with the 1124 on that 20. And we'll see that back here in round number 2. 13 flat in the dial on the left lane, and he will get that win on a 13-17 on that 13 flat. Benefit of a much better reaction time to green. Aiden Stone in the left lane with the Falcon. He's dialed 11.05 out of the naturally aspirated small block category. Lined up next to the C10 in the right lane, that's Wade Sunderland, the 71 model, dialed 13.90. And Sunderland's dead meat. He just doesn't know it yet. Aiden Stone gets that win, 11.29 on the 11.05, goes 25. Reaction to green. And Sunderland, that little guy, we won't talk about that little guy. Dead late on the tree. That was over before it started. And Brian goes, yep. Here's Janae Hammond. In the left lane, the leader of Cola, Crown Victoria, dialed 14.70. The right lane. Win light in that right lane, 12.01, and both of the rides out of the Hammond Dorn camp are out in round number 1, and that is a heartbreaker. Scott Dorn walks back and says, I guess we can hit the road now. Screw it. Again, those guys based out of the Sturgis area in South Dakota, and we're right down the street in Rapid City. But it sounds like they're going to get maybe a head start on us here on the drive back home. The right lane is the Nova, dialed a 12.05. That's Trevor Rigsby. He's going head-to-head with that CTSV in the left lane of Ty Atkinson. The win light right lane, 12.06 on the 12.05. And we'll see that ride back in round number 2. We got some like ringers out here, like real-life bracket racers, it turns out. Wow. Y'all are awesome. The C10 in the left lane is Stephen Manuel, the 71 Chevy out of the tailgate category. Again, don't forget, $250 coming from 918 Motorsports, $250 coming from CPT Performance Transmissions for the highest finishing tailgate ride here in the bracket race. And he's definitely going to have a force to be reckoned with here as long as he doesn't break out. He does get that win. 12.14 goes 28 reaction time to green. And we'll see Stephen Manuel back for round number 2. Here's the insurance guy here. That's Tyler Schultz in the left lane. You see the sick insurance sticker on the back window. He's dialed 10.90. The right lane is Chris Erickson with his OBS truck. He's dialed 12.65. Both of these rides out of our tailgate category. And Tyler Schultz is dead. Erickson turns on that win light, 12.73 with a much better 85 reaction time to green. Co-pilot Kyle, who's now pilot Kyle, with the rear engine swapped Integra. You see the radiator sitting up on top there, and then the intercooler jammed in there sideways and where the hatch used to be on the Integra. He took the whole subframe and jammed it in the back of the car. And he's out here dialed 14.50. Lined up next to the square body truck there in the right lane of Danae Bushcutter. Danae, the square body, dialed 14.20. So the Integra will take off, and then that truck will try to run him down. And Bushcutter is in trouble. Co-pilot Kyle ahead of 1,000 feet. Oh, and a double breakout. Throws away an 89 reaction time to green. Didn't get enough brake pedal on that thing and hands the win over to Danae Bushcutter. We'll see her back in round number 2. Not everyone's bracket racers. This is sometimes that's their first time. You got to get on the brakes if you're ahead at the finish line. I'm just here to tell you. Adam Wildhaber, the stick shift Trans Am in the right lane, dialed 12.06 out of the 12.0 category. So that checks out. Patrick Melson in the left lane, the 03 step side Silverado out of the tailgate category. He was 1231 during the week, but now dialed 11 flat. That stick shift F-body gets the win, 1244 on the 1206. So down just 1 second, we got something on the racetrack we're going to go down there and scoop up before we bring you this next pair. Jason King in the left lane. He's about 8 foot tall. Maybe he can hear me now that he's got the door open. He's 8 foot tall. Yep, there he is. I can't believe he can fit in that thing. Again, out of Minnesota, the Willys truck with the LS3 underneath the hood. He's getting ready to do battle with that GTO in the right lane of Craig Hambright. Oh, it was a bird. Someone got a bird that last pass. Okay. So, RIP. And apparently we will have some Kentucky fried, actually it's Tulsa fried chicken available later on here today. Reggie Moore would be up here like, oh, I'm in. That's good eating right there. Hambright the plumber. Monday through Friday out of the Oklahoma City area in the right lane with the GTO. I believe that's also stick shift. And he's lined up next, again, to Jason King out of the tailgate category. Down 12.04 and a 13 flat for Hambright. Green lights on this side. You know what's bad if the slower car's passing you at the 8th mile, though. And Jason King will turn on that win light, 12.45 on the 12.04, benefit of a much better reaction time to green. Typically, you know you're pretty close if you get next to him about 1,000 foot or a little after, but if you're passing him at the 660 foot mark, unfortunately, you're dead meat. That's been me a lot. I lose a lot. I suck at drag racing. That's why I'm an announcer. Here's Stephen Thompson. The 88 Monte Carlo in the right lane dialed 1370 out of the 12.0 category. He must be having issues with that G-body. The left lane, the C10, dialed 1120. That's Bradley Stanton. Stanton's dead. And kind of the same deal. If you see the green light come on and the car hasn't even moved yet, well, you're late. Win light in that right lane, 1385 on the 70 and goes 68 reaction time to green. Here's another Thompson. Oh, no, I'm not, sorry, that's not. That's Corey Birch in the left lane, the 49 GMC. Too many of you guys have patina, rusty-ass old trucks. I get you all mixed up. Mike Barnhill in the right lane, out of the 12.0 category, dialed 1244. And the pickup in the left lane in full race mode, because you see the tailgate totally down. Close lights on this end. No one's dead meat yet. Both rides making their way down side by side, 1,000-foot wind light. Double breakout time. Right lane gets the win, 1233 on the 1244, and we'll see Mike Barnhill back for round 2. That dude's also $2,000 richer because he won the 12.0 category with a 12.01 average. John Everly in the left lane, out of the naturally aspirated small block category, the 13 model Hemi Ram. He's dialed 1250 with that regular cab short box truck, taking on the BMW, dialed 14 flat in the right lane. That's Dan Gosha. If you're like, wait, I've heard that name before. If you've been on a race week before, this dude has won this bracket race shootout, and he's also won the 13.0 category with a 4th gen Firebird out here in the German BMW. That truck's going to run out of racetrack trying to get across that BMW. Yes, the BMW will turn on the wind light. 14.19 goes 46 reaction time to green. A pair of pickups getting ready to do battle here. 1165 the dial in the right lane, getting the burnout done. That's John Lork. The 04 Silverado out of the tailgate category. We got way more than 5. So we are definitely going to be having that bounty for the tailgate driver that goes the furthest here. Brought to you by 918 Motorsports and CPT Performance Transmissions. I've been saying 918, and he's like, that 918's the area code here. I'm like, oh, well, I do sound like an idiot now, don't I? That's okay. I do sound like an out-of-towner. I am an out-of-towner. I mean, I'm not here to try to lie to you. I am not from the Tulsa area, and I love it here, but I'm not going to live here. You guys can have it. I'll go back to South Dakota, where we have hills. This is the kind of place that Vince Rui says you could watch your dog run away for like 3 days. Because it's just flat. So here we go, Ethan DeFalco. In that left lane, dial a 1355. And the right lane is John Lork, dialed that 1165. Wind light in that left lane, 1369 on the 1355. I've got a racer in need who has an LS harmonic balancer sitting in her hand, so that's bad news. James Desrat is looking for an LS truck spacer crank pulley, a crank pulley that will, or a crank puller that will grab the inner groove because that's all that's left sitting on the crankshaft because she's holding the rest, and a flywheel holder so that they can actually, you know, get a little bit of torque on that thing to take it apart and or put it back on. So James Desrat, the El Camino, correct, is looking for a LS truck spacing crank balancer. Wow, that thing definitely got beat up. Yeah. So if you got one of those, oh, it's a Dorman one. That's the problem. That Chinesium got you. So yeah, if you have an LS spacing crank harmonic balancer, they need a puller for it as well, but they need a puller that works on the inside grooves of the piece that goes around the crank snout, because she has the rest of it in her hand, and a way to stop that crankshaft from moving. So good luck. They're with the it's the red and white 68 El Camino, I believe, 72 El Camino. And if you don't know where they're pitted, run it by the struggle bus. Oh, you're right behind the struggle. So if you're at the struggle bus, you'll see that El Camino. Tough break there. Don't use the Chinesium, you guys. ATI's made in the USA. I'm just saying. Buy once, cry once. Corbin Huckabee here in the right lane. The 97 Trans Am with the LT1, dial 1248. The left lane is Chris Allen. The F-150 wind light in that right lane, 1255 on the 48. And we'll see that LT powered ride. And I'm talking like the second gen LT, not the 70s LT, but like the one that cools backward and has the distributor underneath the water pump that drips water into the distributor and leaves you stranded. That's the one. The G8 in the right lane and that cool cop car Challenger in the left lane. Red light time in the right lane. Hands over the wind to the Challenger. Dialed 1385. Let's see how close he will get. Jordan White looking for that 1385, goes 02. So may want to go and dial that thing down for round 2. The Gentleman Gym truck. If you know Jack Daniels as well as I do, you can call him Jim. That's Brian Dater. He's dialed 1141, taking on the pickup truck in the right lane with the big Megaweek sticker on the door. That's Devin Uri. Uri with the 49 GMC, dialed 1420. Winlight in that right lane, 14:27 on the 14:20. And we'll see Evan Uri back in round number 2 of the shootout. And his dad, Darren, comes back here. I mean, just losing his mind. One fist pump. Okay. Here's Sarah Thorpe in the left lane out of the Disorganized Grime Racing Stables. That is a bracket race club based out of Denver, Colorado. Just saying. 11:20 the dial on the Pro-Charged GTO. She's taking on the Silverado in the right lane of Trenton Steinturner. And Steinturner's dead. Thorpe pulls alongside at about 600 feet, and she'll go 11:59 on the 11:20. Benefit of a 54 reaction time to green. Mark Cooling in the right lane, the 2020 model F-150 and one of our Patriots to Race Week award winners. This thing was doing the stanky leg the last time it left. It was sort of going right and left and right and left and left and right and up and down. He's dialed 1240. 14 flat the dial in the left lane for Cody Wilburn. Wilburn out of the 13-0 category and had a 13-18 average throughout the week, so might be a little sandbag in action. Again, the F-150 doing the up, down, left, right, up, down, left, right. It's like the code for Contra. Winlight, right lane, 1239 with a 3, only 7 thousandths off a perfect, and we'll see that thing doing the Contra up, down, left, right, BA start on its next pass here in round number 2. Track staff out here cleaning up whatever fell out of that truck while it was jumping around and, you know, again, doing the stanky leg. A pair of black rides coming at you here. Chevrolet versus Mopar. Who's your money on? A 1236 the dial here in the left lane for that 5th gen Camaro. That's Cesar Campos. The right lane, the 1160 dial, is Broderick Bagger. Challenger ain't gonna do it as long as the Camaro doesn't break out, and it doesn't. That'll be round number 2. Hey, there's Stevie in the right lane. That's my car, that's my wife. The CTSV dialed 1396. That's a stick shift ride as well, so you know she's awesome. Marry you a chick that can drive a stick. I'm just saying. For more reasons than one. She's taking on Andy Bean in the left lane. It is the last day. It's getting a little loose. And again, I'm pretty drunk already. You can't be drunk all day unless you start in the morning. And I'll tell you what, Andy Bean's in trouble. Just let off the gas, dude. Stevie's got this win. Stevie banging the gears. He did. He listened to me. He's got me on the radio. Stevie will get that win, 1444, benefit of a much better reaction time to green. And she'll be in round number 2. That's my lady. Now she can come up and finish her tacos. That's true. Larry Armstrong, 1356. Breakout time. The win light in the left lane, 13:01, with a benefit of a 76 reaction time to green. And that's Hunter Hayden. He'll get the win. Katie in the right lane, who was just dancing inside the car. I mean, just grooving. It's Katie Jones, the G8. She's dialed 1300. She's taking on Lainey Mackey, a pair of our wicked chicks, getting ready to do battle. Lainey Mackey, the 63 Falcon, dialed 1135. Green lights on this side, but not good lights. Mackey a little bit better. Can Jones stay ahead of Mackey? Side by side at 1,000 foot. Mackey will turn on the win light, 1158 on the 35. Again, a 238 light to a 348 light, but no big deal. Katie Jones gets to listen to some more music and gets to jam out some more out there in that G8. She told me the color of that thing. It's not Mistachrome. She said it was like, it was some like psychedelic. I don't even know. I can't remember. But it's cool looking, and apparently it has a great stereo system in it. Here's David Deschamont. Deschamont, the F-150 in the right lane, dialed a 1312. The left lane, the 6th generation Camaro. Brian Price, dialed 1150. Win light right lane, 1323 on the 1312. We'll see that ride back. The F-150 in the right lane is Roberto Lowen. Dialed 1660. He's lined up next to Ernie Riley. Riley also out of the Disorganized Grime Camp, a bracket race club based out of Denver, Colorado. Just saying, again, 1307 the dial in that left lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Quick 32. Quick 32, this is your call. Coming up to the top of the staging lanes to meet your dancing partner. You should know who you're getting already. So quick 32, come on up to the top of the staging lanes. Get your pair set up, and when you have your pair coming up to the front of the lanes, you'll have Ron up there getting you rocking and rolling. Again, quick 32. This is your call. Our first heads up class. Getting ready to do battle here. 1489, way off the gas as the slow-rolling C10 will make its way down. And we will see James Daly back in round 2. Again, the quick 32, quick 32. This is your call. Top of the staging lanes, please, to get paired up with your dancing partner. And when you have your partner, come on up to the front of the lanes, please. The right lane is Brian Brown, out of the 13-0 category, dialed 1305. Lined up next to the GTO in the left lane, that's Curtis Tankey, out of the 12-0 category, dialed 1205. That's appropriate, that checks out. Nearly identical on this side of the racetrack. GTO trying to run down the BMW. And can't do it. Runs out of racetrack. 1305 on the 1305 with a 1 in that right lane. And we'll see the BMW back in round number 2. Eric Carroll pulls in the right lane. The Thundercloud Lexus. Naturally aspirated V8 under the hood. He's lined up in the water next to Jake Roberstad with the 04 Silverado. He's dialed 1401 out of the tailgate category. Tom Bagley's still selling shirts. If you want to get yourself a Knapsack shirt and help him get that Fox Mustang ready to ship back over to the UK, he is selling Knapsack shirts. Robertstad, a better reaction time to green. Can Eric Carroll run him down? Robertstad ahead. And he'll turn on that wind light, 1444 on the 1401. And we'll see that pickup back in round number 2. Once again, quick 32. Quick 32, make sure you are in the back of the lanes. Bet they're at the top of the staging lanes. Meet up with your dancing partner, please. And then when you get your partner, come on up to the front of the lanes in that pair. Aaron Willis. Will's in the right lane, the 350Z, dialed 1273. He's lined up next to Robert Ballard. Close lights on this end. $10.49 for the win. A breakout here for Hughes, a $12.49. His best pass of the week, though. So that's losing by going too fast. There's nothing wrong with that at all. Take that every day. Ballard, though, turns on the real wind light, and he'll be back in round number 2. All right, Proud American Motorsports is here on the property. It's a 3-seat dragster. It'll run about 550s at 120 to 125 miles an hour, depending on how, big you are in the middle. They have all the safety equipment you need to ride. You need to be 18 years or older, but if you would like to make a ride in that 3-seat dragster, it's $150 a seat. So again, if you would like to make that ride in a 3-seat dragster, he is going to do that starting here very soon. So as soon as he gets some people signed up, Proud American Motorsports, where are you located at? Around the back row, next to the maintenance shop. So if you would like to make a pass in a 3-seat dragster that'll run in the 550 range, cruise over there. $150 a seat will get you a ride in a 3-seat dragster. He's done, he's out. So wind light there in the left lane. Unfortunately, that truck in the right lane has a throttle cable problem, and that'll be the end of his mega week. Once again, quick 32, this is your call to the top of the staging lanes, please. $11 flat, the dial in the left lane, the step side truck. That's Juan Ramirez. He's lined up next to that 6th gen. Oh, I got people back behind me looking like they need parts. Hold on a second. The right lane is Chad Wilson, the 18 model Chevrolet Camaro SS. Also, the Turbo Taco truck has tons more tacos. So make your way over there and get yourself more tacos. He doesn't want to throw it away, so he'd rather have it in your belly. So cruise by there, grab yourself another plate of tacos. the Mustang in the right lane. Marshall Pettigrew, the 97 SN95 Mustang. Lined up next to Nate Larson, the 75 Vega. And that stick shift Mustang is dead meat. And I mean dead meat. Nate Larson gets the win line, 11:08 on that 1095, goes 18 reaction time to green. The Mustang able to muster a 1086, but only goes 566 on the tree. Germany Mason in the right lane doing the burnout. Dialed 1353. Lined up next to the Mercedes-Benz in the left lane, dialed 1230. That's Eric Skarsgård. Red light time in that left lane. That'll hand the automatic win to Germany in the right lane. And he'll go 14:01 on the 1353. Here's that Ruthless truck down here. Dial 1497. Again, quick 32 coming up to top of the staging lanes to get paired up for your first round. When you have your pairs, come on down to the front in your dancing partner pairs. 1094 the dial in the right lane. Dale Gebhardt, the winner of the 11-0 category in the right lane. In the B group, will sit and patiently wait and then try to run down that square body. On the brakes for the win, 11:40 on the 1094, and we'll see Gebhardt back for round number 2. The sweet 23 Chevrolet pickup truck in the left lane, dialed 1070 with the right turn signal on. Please don't turn right, please. Right lane is Chase Scholl with the Kia Stinger, dial 1150. And James Hamill behind the controls of that 23 Chevy will knock the tire. The Kia Stinger just needs not to break out and does not. 1162 on the 1150. And we'll see that Kia Stinger back in round number 2. Anthony Watson here in the left lane. A double-up winner in the 14-0 category. Dialed 1395. Taking on Steven Sierra. Sierra in the second-gen Camaro in the right lane, dialed 1190. And again, keep in the back of your mind while we're watching everything that we're making passes, 1,320 miles in a week on all of these rides. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need Clint Cantu. Clint Cantu, I need you at the top of the staging lanes like right now. Clint Cantu. The only person I'm missing for that quick 32, needing you at the top of the staging lanes like right now. Red light time for Watson. Ron Augustine will turn on that win light with 1040 on the 1010. Here's Levi Holt in the left lane, the big block powered 75 Maverick. He's dialed 1215. Lined up next to Richard Thorpe out of the Disorganized Grime Stables with the CTSV, dialed 1238. Holy Free Holies. 2 great reaction times to green. Win light in that left lane, 1224. He goes 009 on the tree. And we'll see Levi Holt back for round number 2 in the bracket shootout. Doug McGinnis in the right lane, dialed 1292. The 392 powered Challenger. He's taking on the Cadillac Escalade of Josh Whitaker in the left lane, the 02 Cadillac. Dialed 1170. Again, Clint Cantu. Clint Cantu. I need you at the top of the staging lanes like meow. Whitaker having issues. McGinnis just needs not to break out, and he will turn on a win light here. And he does, 1366 on the 1292. He'll be back for round 2. Whitaker goes 1810 on the 1170 if you're keeping track at home. Little motorcycle on Dodge Magnum action coming at you now. That's Dustin Moody in the left lane. The right lane, the Josh Odom 08 Magnum, dial 1180. You see Moody working the controls on the motorcycle, trying to stay ahead of that Magnum. Can he do it? He cannot, can't run the number, goes 47, reaction time to green. Unfortunately, can't run the number, and Josh Odom will turn on that win light. And we will see the Magnum back for round 2. The Roadkill Royale, dialed 1170 in the left lane. That's Peter Hughes. Win light that round goes in the left lane, a 1236 on the 1170 for Peter Hughes, and we'll see that Delta Olds back. Here's Nick Ball, the CTSV stick shift ride, going against the 57 Chevy Wagon stick shift ride. This will be an interesting pair. This is very new school versus very old school coming at you here. The 57's off. There goes Nick. Both smacking around the gear shifters like they owe him money. Nick pulls alongside at the 660 foot and goes 1101 and turns on that win light. 12:24 for the win in there in that left lane. Here's our next pair, in fact, our final pair here in the first round of the bracket race. It's Sean Alsop. Alsop there in the left lane, the Fox Mustang dial 1324. Lined up next to Jeff Short in the right lane. Short, the 94 OBS Silverado. So here we go, our final pair in the first round of the bracket race in the shootout. All good. Win light goes to Alsop. 13:33 on the 13:24, and that sets our first round of bracket race. We are set and rocking and rolling. So second round is all set. We're going to do some track prep, and then we're going to bring you the first set of our quick 32 sitting back there in the lanes. So again, bear with us just a second while we get this awesome track. Wow, I lost my train of thought there for a minute. Up, hip, hop, hip. Here at Tulsa Raceway Park. Get it sticky, icky, icky, and we'll bring you that quick 32. Again, the boards will be off. We're going to unplug the time slip app so you won't get your time slip. First to the finish line wins. So run what you brung and hope you brung enough. And don't forget, folks, tacos are available. He said he's got like 4 more pans of steak. So make sure that if you are hungry, or if you think you're going to be hungry later, go grab yourself a plate of some steak tacos. Tommy's out there on the starting line, checking out that starting line. He's now the crew chief. So he's going to go out there and read the starting line like his boy used to. So again, bear with us a few minutes. Get this track prep rocking and rolling, and we'll be back with the quick 32. Here comes our first taker for the quick 32 shootout. No times on the board and no times on your slips. The Tesla Plaid in the left lane is Jay Graham. Out of the 10-0 category, he's taking on the stick shift category ZR1 Corvette in the right lane of Phil Balmaceda. Balmaceda's been in the 10-20-ish range, and that Tesla Plaid has been in the 10 flats on the brakes all week lane. $13.91 for the win in that left lane. All right, back in business here. Sorry, y'all. Peter Hughes in the right lane, the 72 Olds Delta. He'll be going to battle with Eric Daniels, the 23 model Durango. Green lights on this side and close lights. $11.33 and $11.90. Win light in that left lane, $11.33, and we'll see that SUV back in the next round of the bracket shootout. The El Camino is Corey Wells in the left lane, the 69 model. Going against the stick shift, third gen in the right lane, that's Adam Wildhaber. The El Camino having big issues there on the starting line, and Wildhaber will drive out of his life and just needs not to break out. And does not. She's close, though. 12.07 on the 12.06. With 3 seconds of stripe. Eric Grillo in that left lane. Dial 1515. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. The FAF 16, the baddest cars we have on the property. This is your call to the top of the staging lanes to get your pairs set up to come on down to the front of the staging lanes. Again, the FAF 16, this is your call. Come on up to the top of the staging lanes, find your dancing partner, and come on down for your first round here of the shootout at Megaweek. Again, FAF 16, our baddest rides on the property. Come on down. Top of the staging lanes, please. Find your dancing partner and come on down in your pair. Again, the FAF. BMF, you guys are on deck. And the Quick 32 round one winners, you guys are right behind them. Again, FAF, come on down. BMF, you're coming up next. And then Quick 16 round one winners, you're coming after them. Here's Ernie Riley, dialed 1305. The left lane is the F-150. David Decimal. I'm sorry, yeah, Decimal. Better reaction time in the right lane for Ernie on the brakes. And he'll turn on that wind light, 1328 on the 05, benefit of a better reaction time to green. Here's Brian Brown on the right lane with the BMW X5. Pulling up next to the first generation Chevelle, that early 64, 65 Chevelle of Paige Coleman. Coleman is dialed a 1373, and again a 1305 in that right lane. Here's Laney Mackey in the right lane. Taking on that Dodge Charger cop car of Jordan White. 14-12 for the win in that left lane, and we'll see that cop car back. Here's Mike Barnhill in the left lane. The winner in the 12-0 category dialed 1235. The right lane, the second gen. Is Steven Sierra. Once again, FAF. FAF, this is your call. Top of the staging lanes, please. FAF, this is your call. Top of the staging lanes. BMF, I'm calling you soon. You'll be next. And then the round one winners from the quick 32, you'll be behind them. So again, FAF, come on up. Get paired up with your pairs and come on up to the front. As soon as we have that done, I'll be calling those BMF rides. Win light. 1264 on that 1235. And Mike Barnhill will be back for round number 3 of the bracket shootout. The right lane is Don Harmon, the 68 Mustang, dialed 1210. The left lane is Stephen Manuel, the OBS truck, I'm sorry, the C10 truck, the old school truck, dialed 1165. Win light in that right lane, 1236 on that 1210. Pair of trucks doing duty here. I said duty. Ethan DeFalco in the left lane, the OBS, and the square body in the right lane. That's Danea Bushcutter. Green lights on this end, win light. That left lane, 1374 on the 1365. That right lane, a better reaction time to green. Unfortunately, Bushcutter unable to make the car run the number, the truck run the number, goes 1458 on the 1390. And we'll see the older pickup truck back in round number 3. Here's Nate Larson. Dialed 1095 in the left lane. The LS Vega next to Hunter Hay. Hay dialed 13 flat in the 13 flat category. Larson dialed 1095. At the stripe, left lane, 1101 on the 1095. And we'll see Kyle back in round number 3. Here's Germany back. Germany Mason here in the right lane, the 21 Challenger, dialed a 1353. Lined up next to the Camaro in the left lane. That's Cesar Campos. So here we go, 12:36 in the left lane, 13:53 in the right lane. Campos and Mason. Campos pulls alongside at about 600 feet and takes the lead. Just needs not to break out. And does not. 12:94 on the 12:36, benefit of a 76 reaction time to green. The 6th-gen Camaro in the right lane is Chad Wilson. Out of the stick shift category, dialed 12:36. Taking on the Silverado of Jake Roberstad in the left lane. That stick shift ride trying to run down that pickup truck. I think it's going to run out of racetrack, though. At the top end, wind light, left lane, 1450 on the 1401. Benefit of a better reaction time to green. There's Stevie. That's my car. That's my wife. In the left lane. She's dialed a 1396 with the stick shift CTSV. She's taken on Corbin Huckabee in the right lane, the 97 Pontiac Trans Am, dialed 1248. Oof. Stevie's in trouble. Oof. Huckabee comes around on the top end, goes 58 on the 48, benefit of a 37 reaction time to green. And we'll see Huckabee back in round number 3. And puts my wife, I'd say on the trailer, but we're driving that stuff back to South Dakota. We were thinking about trailering it, and it was like, well, my truck gets like 7 miles a gallon with a trailer on the back, and we can go like 80 maybe. That car goes 100 and gets 20 miles a gallon. So, screw it. Left lane knocks the tire hard, and Chris Erickson is going to drive away, and as long as he doesn't break out, does not. We'll see Erickson back in round number 3. That'll bring up Nick Ball and Ron Augustine. Nick Ball, the stick shift CTSV coupe in the right lane. Taking on Ron Augustine. In the left lane, the Turbo LS powered 72, I'm sorry. Chevelle. Chevelle dialed 1049. Ball dialed 1098. Ball a much better reaction time to green, but he misses a gear. Did he? Maybe not. I don't know. That thing laid down in the middle of the track. Ron Augustine breaks out, trying to stay ahead. Nick will get the win. 11-12 on the 1098 after even missing a gear or something. I'm not sure what happened in the middle of the racetrack there. Here's Sean Alsop here. Out of the NA small block category. He's taking on James Daly. Daly dialed 1371, Alsop dialed 1324. Red light time from Daly. That'll hand the win over to Sean Alsop, and we'll see him in round number 3 of the bracket shootout. $13.39 on that $13.24 if you're keeping track at home. Sarah Thorpe in the right lane, the Pro Charge GTO, taking on Doug McGinnis. The 392 Challenger in the left lane, dialed 1292. 1124 the dial in the right lane for Thorpe. Green lights on this side. Doug a little better on the starting line. Win light goes to the right lane. Sarah Thorpe drives around him. 11:37 on the 11:24, and Doug McGinnis throws away a 36 reaction time to green. Levi Holt back in the left lane, taking on Yusuf Hayek. Hayek dialed 1045, Holt dialed 1220. Holt's a little better on this end. Can Hayek run him down? He's going to run out of racetrack. He does. Holt turns on the win light, 12:28, benefit of a 32 reaction time to green. And here's that three-seat dragster, the Proud American Motorsports three-seat dragster. You see the driver sitting up front there and both the riders kind of sitting behind him there. He'll be running the 8th mile. So we are going to do a little bit of track prep before we bring you that FAF 8. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I'm sorry, the 16, FAF 16. I'm used to the 8. We normally we run half of the cars here. And even William Hogan sent me a message like, do I come up with FAF 8 or 16? And I was like, FAF, it's all the same. Bring it up here. The fastest, that's you. The fastest frick. The fastest frig. And again, let's go ahead and let's do it. BMF. BMF, this is your call. Come on down to the top of the staging lanes, please, to get paired for your first round of competition. BMF, this is your call. To the top of the staging lanes to get paired up for your first round of competition. Quick 32. You guys are on standby. I'll be calling you soon. You will be doing another chip draw in the lanes. So I will have you come down with your car, and we'll do a chip draw with June down there in the lanes when it's time for that to happen. So again, FAF, you should be in the lanes. BMF, BMF, this is your call. Top of the lanes to get paired up for your first round. And then quick 32 round one winners. You guys are on deck. I'll be calling you soon. And again, you will do a chip draw in the lanes. Come on down with your ride. And we'll do that chip draw in the lanes for your next round of competition. Kyle Garapy, if you are still needing nitrous, if you can come up to the tower, please. Kyle, if you're still needing nitrous, our nitrous dude is here. All right. This is going to be a David versus Goliath story right here. Brady Davis in the left lane, driving the white Silverado truck, going up against Bryant Goldstone. Goldstone, the 73 Javelin that has been in the 660s all week long. Davis has been in the 850s all week long. So he needs to be like 2 seconds quicker here. Again, no time. Nothing on the boards, nothing on my screen. You can't see nothing. No one knows what this stuff runs. So Bryant and Bryant. Bryant has already won something in the neighborhood of $16,000 or $17,000. And he's looking to add $15,000 to this for winning this FAF shootout. Brady Davis looking to play Dream Killer with the Silverado truck. And yeah, like Chad said, there's two kind of cars. Those that have nitrous and those that need it. So if Brady didn't put nitrous on that, then he's wrong. Brady will bump in. Here comes Goldstone. The tree's down and they're gone. Goldstone kind of having some issues getting the thing on the converter. But he'll drive out Davis's life and turn on that wind light on the brakes. And that'll end Brady Davis's mega week. Trying to play Dream Killer there, unfortunately unable to make it happen in that first round against Goldstone. Lance Walker in the left lane doing the burnout in the 6.0 SS S10 ride. He's lined up next to Sandon Slaybaugh. Slaybaugh out of the unlimited category there in that right lane. The Outlaw Street S10 in the left lane. Slaybaugh has been in the low 8-second range all week long. Walker has been in the 9 flat range. Walker tries to knock the tree down, but Slaybaugh will drive out of his life. Oh, and Walker blows the thing up on the scramble, trying to get across. And Slaybaugh will get the win, and Lance Walker adds insult to injury. Not only does he not win, he also expires the engine in the 6.0 SS S10. But he's off the track. It didn't blow the thing, you know, it didn't spin and hit the wall or nothing like that. So obviously we'll be down a minute while we check that out. Let's get Quick 32 round one winners. Quick 32 round one winners should be 16 of you. Come on up to the top of the staging lanes to do your chip draw. Bring your car with June Allison. Again, Quick 32 rides. Come on up to the top of the staging lanes with your car to do your chip draw for your second round of competition, please. So there is stuff on the track, so racers, go ahead and get those helmets off and go ahead and get those belts pulled loose. Get yourself a little more comfortable before we send the rest of our FAF rides. How about a stick shift Turbo LS going against a blown Mopar in our next pair? Tony Weisman out of the Hot Rod by Havlic's crew and Nate Curran out of the Pacific Northwest crew. Getting ready to do battle here on our next pair. Again, quick 32 round one winners. Come on up top of the staging lanes for your chip draw for your next round of competition. Again, quick 32 round one winners, come on up. Top of the staging lanes, please, to do your chip draw for your next round of competition, please. And let's get Tyler Weinhold. Tyler Weinhold, come on up to the staging, or up to the tower. You've won $120 for having the best burnout in the round number 1 of Junior Street. Tyler Weinhold, come on up to the second floor of the tower. We'll get you that $120 for having the best burnout. And I don't, for some reason, have a name on this Junior Streeter. I'm not sure what's going on with that. But number 142 in Junior Street, you got an 049 reaction time. You got the best reaction time in round number 1. Come on up to the second floor of the tower, and I'll give you $120 for that. Thanks so much to Sean Alsup. The track staff here heard that we were doing that money for best burnouts, and they started throwing cash into the pot. Because who doesn't like burnouts? Idiots. That's who. So again, give us a few minutes here. There's Brad Thiessen in Ty Peak. I can't believe Ty Peak's awake. The next time he falls asleep, someone slips some hot dogs into his pockets. There's David Pierce. The next time he falls asleep on a park bench or whatever, slip some walking tacos into his pockets. He loves him some walking tacos. We met with walking tacos. That's basically why we're friends. At Kearney Raceway Park on Rocky Mountain Race Week. Long-term friendships built on this stuff. And again, that's that dude that told me, dude, if you lived closer to Oklahoma City, we'd be best friends. And he's absolutely right. He's Diamond Dave when Tina's running. Tina, our second quickest individual pass of the event behind Bryant Goldstone with that Nova. We'll see her in that FAF. I told her the name of the FAF, and she was like, what? It's called what? And I was like, you bet your ass it is. She loved it. We're still missing one car in the BMF. I believe it is Jacoby Betts. And yes, that stands for what you think it stands for as well. That's the bad mother 16. Shut your mouth. And we're missing one of our round one winners from the quick 32. So I think we're missing, I'm pretty sure it's Jacoby Betts that we're missing. In the BMF, he's rolling up. Awesome. And I'm missing one of my quick 32 rides. There's those Starks. Tough break there, Blaine. Did it just chatter the tires like crazy? Is that what happened? Yeah, it looked like it. I can't really see that side of the lane, but I saw your old man filming you, and after your run, he turned around and videoed the starting line, so I'm sure that was it, hopping the tire. But good week for you, though, dude. 977. That car's never been in the nines. Great stuff, dude. A 9-second average, and you just graduated high school, and you're getting ready to start your career in motorsports. I mean, what could be better than that? I mean, you could be continuing drag racing the rest of the day, or, you know, I mean, that would be nice, but still, your whole life's in front of you, dude. Good for you. Great job on Megaweek. And that's the dude, if you guys don't know, he's wearing the shirt. That's the CEO of Motion Raceworks. And do yourself a favor. Go check out the 60 seconds with the employee of Blaine Stark. I don't work at Motion. And again, Tommy Stark, who I've been talking to all week, who has had the biggest smile on his face watching his boy wheel that 55, said, I got no problem being the crew chief, dude. It is the most fun ever watching that boy bang gears in your wife's 55 Chevy. But they got a fast car that they're going to bring back here soon. Ford-powered twin-turbo stick-shift ride. It's been out here before on Rocky Mountain Race Week. He says, "Don't quit telling people about it. Stop." That one might have a little bit of something. And again, if you've been on a previous Rocky Mountain Race Week, you've seen that car. All right, everyone, go ahead and get those belts pulled tight and put on those helmets. The racetrack looks good. We're getting ready to rock and roll here. Luckily, Nate Curran is a really, really short and small guy, so they can get in there and get those belts pulled tight easy. He just told me I'm number one. Yeah, I am number one. And the ginger-headed Brady Davis is back there just laughing. That's what was that? I'm fun? Yes, I am fun. You're right. I'm extremely fun. I'm really good at reading lips, y'all. I got it down. They tell me I'm number one. They tell me I'm fun. They said, fun you. And I was like, you're damn right, fun me. Weissman out of the Havlicks camp there in the right lane. The blown big block Mopar. Taking on the turbo flat roof LS stick shift car in the left lane. Come on, that's my dude. If you drive a stick shift car, you are my friend. I don't care how fast or slow it is. Here's Nate Curran. Here's Tony Weissman. So who you riding with? You got the Chevy-powered Ford? You got the Mopar-powered Mopar? You got the automatic, or you got the stick shift? We'll find out soon. Both rides are in. Here comes the tree. Wiseman knocks the tire. Here comes Curran. Wiseman's still ahead. Can Curran get around? No way. Wiseman's going to get that win. There it is. The blown Mopar wins round number 1 in the FAF shootout. Here's Daryl Yost in the left lane, the twin-turbo, big block powered 69 Chevelle that should be a show car. The right lane is Nick Kern. Kern out of the Pro Street category with the New Edge Mustang. And Yost out of the, I believe, Limited Street category. No, he's also out of Pro Street, but an A group and a B group car. They haven't seen each other all week long. This is the first time that they're going to run side by side. Both Pro Street rides. Yost has been as quick as 8:61. Kern has been as quick as 8:89. Reaction time advantage to Kern. Does Yost have the... Yes, he does. Kern has some issues, and Yost will drive out of his life. And you'll see Yost back in round number 2 of FAF. The next pair, the Taco Time Fairmont, is Aaron Sladen. He's been as quick as 8:50, his personal best with that ride. The left lane, the C2 of Brandon Tapp. Tapp's ride. Wow, he's not in my my spreadsheet. I'm not sure what's up with that. That thing in the same sort of world. Should be about an 850 ride. Twin turbo LS for power in the left lane. Single turbo LS for power in the right lane. Oh, Walter Doyle says I'm number 1 as well. All right, thanks, Walt. Oh, big Walt from the Intensity Racing team. Man, Tapp almost bumps through. Gets it in there deep, and then he hits the 1-2 shift limiter. And Aaron Sladen, that's all he needs to get the win. And turns on the win light in that right lane. Tapp bangs the limiter for about 3/4 of a second, 1-2 shift, and that was all Aaron Sladen needed to drive around. Blaine Thiessen in the right lane looking to play giant killer here. The LT powered, that's the direct injected new school LS under the hood of the Isuzu in the right lane, taking on the twin turbo big block powered Nova in the left lane of Tina Pierce. Here we go. Tina Pierce has got that pre-stage bulb lit, waiting on Blaine Thiessen. He's pre-staged. They start building the boost. They'll bump those cars in. Blaine goes in deep. Tina Pierce, a big reaction time advantage. Blaine way off to the right, but he's giving her everything that he can give her. Tina just a little bit ahead, and she will turn on that wind light. Blaine drove the wheels off of that Isuzu truck to try to get in front of Tina Pierce. He had everything in the scramble button, and he was pulling that scramble button over in the, like, marbles over there on the right side, and I'm glad he didn't get that thing wrecked. Diamond Dave comes back, and big ol' huge smile on his face, and he's got his daughter Kenzie in the BMF, so he's going to walk back and go talk to her and say, hey, Mom just got a win. Now it's your turn, kid. Here's Brad Thiessen in the right lane. Blaine's dad, who he just saw his kid drive that thing over in the marbles, and I'm sure he needs a new set of underwear from just watching that happen. Thiessen in the Nova in the right lane, the Mustang in the left lane. And Brad's going to easily get that win from wire to wire, and telling me that the head gaskets are trashed in that thing. Chad was talking about it, Chad from Bang Shift, and that thing has no head gaskets left in it. They are draining the water every pass, so it's just got like a little bit of water in the block, I would guess, and it's not circulating it, maybe nothing at all, and goes ahead and gets himself a win there. Here's William Hogan in the right lane. The stick shift OBS pickup truck in the right lane. Twin turbos under the what would be hood of that ride. And the Malibu in the left lane. That's Ryan Minyard. Oh, and Minyard bumps through the beams, and that's it. Send him. Red light time. You are done, my friend. You just got to break the beams, and you got the win. There you go. Done. Easy peasy. He was actually like, dude, I got to get on the road. When are you running me? Well, you just won round one, so you're going to be here a little longer. I'm sorry, or you're welcome. Whichever is appropriate. Test, test. Now you can hear me. There we go. Hey, guess what? The batteries went dead in the microphone again, so I've been up here talking to the 10 people that are up in the tower, so they got to hear all the awesome Adam Dory-isms, and you guys didn't. So you suck, and these guys are awesome. Or other way around. I'm not totally sure. So here we go, Havlik, out of the Pro Street category. He's been in the low 9-second range. He's taking on Sandon Slaybaugh. Sandon with the 9-0 category. Pontiac Trans Am, and this thing is like a 9-0 ticket printer. Havlik, the big block nitrous assisted car, you see him purging the nitrous, so he probably has the big pill in it to try to outrun that 9-0 car because he knows that car will go 9-0. Havlik, one of our sponsors out here with the FSC Havlik Shootout, and that's one that you'll see on bankshift.com as well. Slaybaugh will start building the boost, and here we go. Havlik, big wheel stand because he's got the big bills in it. Can he stay ahead? Slaybaugh pouring on the coals. Havlik still ahead. No, Slaybaugh gets across right at the finish line. Havlik had him all the way past the 1,000-foot mark, and Slaybaugh just edges him out. Right at the end, that was a hell of a drag race, you guys. This is why we heads-up race. These cars at the end of drag week, this is Mega Week, whatever it is. Holy cow. And you can tell those Havlik guys put the big pills in that thing because that thing left on a mission. Hell yes. That's one of those ones where you lose, but you don't hang your head because that's a hell of a run. Here's Cameron Andreen in the right lane, the twin-turbo Venom S10. She's taking on the Malibu wagon with a big full-shot advantage. That's Anthony Reed, and Reed's going to turn on that wind light. She was catching him at the top end, but Reed, too much of a lead there on the starting line for her to overcome. Dustin Cottle, the Isuzu Faster. Don't call it a Chevy Love. I mean, it's a Chevy Love, but don't call it that. Brad Francis in the left lane. I called it a Chevy Love for like 10 years. And finally he was like, you know that's a freaking Isuzu, dude, right? And I was like, yeah. And he's like, it's called a Faster. Look at the fender. Oh, okay, I'm an idiot. It really is an actual Isuzu Faster. Correct. Red light time in that right lane. Hands over the wheel to Brad Francis. Unfortunately, Cottle unable to make the let go of the button at the right time. And Francis. True. Yeah, if it was a Love, he'd be slower. It wouldn't be faster, and he would have had a perfect light, and then he would have won. I'm just saying, and I would have loved that. Didn't even activate the tree. Tough break. How about Stephen Willingham in the right lane? The dude out of New York City that drove this ride. Say it, somebody. Yeah, that's not where you want to get your salsa from, but that is where you want to get your 6th-gen Camaro from. This was a twin-turbo ride, and he put the 2650 blower back on top of it. And again, this is the ride that he drove down from New York City in this trim. He's taking on Kenzie Pierce, the compressed air supercharged Chevy Colorado. You saw her mom turn on a wind light, and Diamond Dave's down here going, we're going to get the kid a wind light now. But again, Willingham says, not if I have anything to say about it, you won't. The Pierce is out of the Oklahoma City area. Hey, Dave, how much is it leaving on? How much is it leaving on? What's the tune-up in it? Oh, he's talking to somebody else. He's like, what? Ooh. Oh, he's calling his shot in 870. So here we go. Willingham in the right lane. Pierce in the left lane. The compressed air supercharged ride actually has two big compressed air bottles in the back. She will leave and floor the car, and there's a throttle body that will actually shut and stop taking in outside air and will start taking in the compressed air in the bed. So here we go. Willingham with the 2650 blower. Kenzie Pierce is way out ahead. And she's going to say, here's what the back end of my S10 looks like, and turn on the wind light. Diamond Dave has two ladies in the next round of the shootout. And there's Tina, too. The biggest smile on both of those guys' faces. Tina trying not to get pelted with rocks from Dustin Peterson, the Cornhusker Cougar in the left lane, the Future Farmer of American teacher during the week. Yeah. He's taking on Felicia Smith, the four-door rocket, in the right lane. Jack Crawford's also an FFA teacher. So Felicia Smith, the Boost, I believe it's a Boost Logic 2650 blower on top of that car. Felicia Smith ahead at the 8 mile. I think that Cornhusker Cougar is going to run out of space. He is. So Felicia Smith will turn on the wind light, and we'll see that four-door rocket back in round number 2. Here's Chris Atkinson, the Dragon Wagon in the left lane, taking on Jacoby Betts out of Texas in that right lane. Betts out of the 9, actually both these rides out of the 9-0 category. Again, both these rides out of the 9-0 category, and then sitting right behind them, round number 2 of the Quick 32. 16 rides left there. 16 will go down, 8 will come back. Reaction time advantage to Betts. And Atkinson knocks the tires, so Betts will drive out of his life. And we'll see Betts back in round number 2 of BMF. Attention in the pits, round 3 of brackets. Round 2 winners come on down 3, 4, 5, and 6. Again, round 3 of brackets. Round 2 winners come on down 3, 4, 5, and 6. And Stevie frowns. You can't win them all. How about Big Block Bob? Bob Ruppel in the right lane. Out of the naturally aspirated big block category. Adam Walker in the left lane, the 98 Camaro. Out of the 10-0 category. And if Big Block Bob is smart, that car is not naturally aspirated currently. You can change that car configuration in the shootouts. It's okay. We don't hold you to your classes right now. So you can put nitrous on your naturally aspirated car for the shootout. That stick shift ride in the left lane of Adam Walker. Unfortunately getting walked. Big Block Bob turns on the wind light, and we'll see Big Block Bob back in the next lane, or next round of the Quick 32. Again, bracket round 2 winners. Bracket round 2 winners. This is your call. 3, 4, 5, and 6, please. Jesse Hazlitt in the left lane out of the 10-0 category. The Turbo LS-powered 4th-gen Camaro. He's going to take on the 6th-gen Camaro in that right lane. That's Sean Stanford out of the naturally aspirated small block category. Stanford's been as quick as 9:46. Hazlitt again in the 10-0 lane, or 10-0 category. Both rides are in. Here comes the tree. Stanford way out ahead at the 300 foot. Here comes Hazlitt pouring on that turbocharger power. Does he have enough? He does not. Stanford's going to turn on that wind light, and we'll see him in the next round of this quick 32 shootout. Mason Moody is back in the left lane in the motorcycle. The right lane is Joe Roberstad, the 84 Mustang. Moody, a big reaction time advantage. Ken Roberstad running down. There ain't no way that motorcycle is going to turn on that wind light. And we'll see Dustin Moody in the next round of the quick 30, or quick 32. Nico Christofori finishing the burnout in the left lane. The Fox Hatch. He's taking on Dennis Stringer. So Stringer and Christofori. Christofori, a big reaction time advantage. And he's going to drive out of Stringer's life. And we'll see Christofori in round number 3 of the quick 32 shootout. Austin Mackey here in the left lane. The small block Ford powered, turbocharged Rambler American. Taking on Casey Everly in the right lane with the C10. Attention in the pits, Junior Street. Junior Street, come on up to the top of the lanes for your chip draw for your next round. Junior Street, come up to the top of the lanes for your chip draw for your next round, please. When you get your dancing partner, come on down to 7 and 8. Mackey a little bit ahead, and he will pull away. And that'll turn on your wind light. And we'll see Austin Mackey in the next round. Here's Anthony Salazar in the left lane. A little pickup on pickup crime coming at you here. Taking on Nick Thompson in the right lane. Again, this is the car that yeeted the whole pinion out of it at Flying H. On its very first pass at Flying H, was able to get that thing rocking and rolling with a quick performance third member. Yeah, we're not old. We're experienced. We're seasoned. Seasoned. I like that. Seasoned. I think that's so cute. Oh, well seasoned. You don't know. That's really funny. Here we go, Anthony Salazar. We're up here saying we're not old, we're seasoned. We're well seasoned. So Nick Thompson in the right lane, Anthony Salazar in the left lane. Again, Junior Streeters come up to the top for your chip draw for your next round of competition, please. Junior Streeters. Oh, and Salazar bumps through. That's no. Yeah, right lane wins. Anthony Salazar can't do that. If you bump through, you're done. That's why we do this shootout stuff. And he won anyway, which is good. We didn't have to go up there and give him the bad news. Two rides I don't have any driver information on, which is a shame, so I'll look them up in my phone here real quick. Ryan McFadden in the left lane out of somewhere in Nebraska. Lexington, Nebraska. Okay, all right. McFadden, the G-body ride. McFadden is taking on Tom Nelson with the 70 Chevelle with the blower hanging out of it, and this is what a 70 Chevelle should sound like. McFadden is going to get the win here. That 70 Chevelle knocks the tire. We'll see McFadden back in the next lane. I haven't seen the license plate on the Tesla yet until right now. The license plate on the Tesla Plaid is Rick James. So the Tesla Plaid called Rick James, I guess. That's right. Rick James. Well, bitch, I'm going to say it. The right lane is Andrew Lloyd. The Toyota Tacoma. Thank you so much for putting cool license plates on your cars. In a street car race, we get to see all those cool license plates. Yeah. The Rick James Tesla turns on that win light, and then we're going to see this three-seater dragster coming back. All right, so road weekers and test and tune rides. Road weekers and test and tune rides, you are on deck. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of playtime here before we start bringing you back some more of our shootout type cars. So road weekers and test and tune cars. This counts for you if you're out of competition currently in the bracket race or the FAF or BMF shootout. So that will count. You can go ahead and run your car in that test and tune class if you are out of competition currently. So I'm going to put you on deck. So road weekers, same deal. Make sure you have a helmet and pants. And we'll get you guys some runs. Whoa, I almost fell over. Holy crap. I'm literally standing here and almost fell over. I'm not even walking or anything. I'm really drunk. Test and tune cars, I haven't not called you. Do not come up yet. We don't have space for you. I just put you on deck for crying out loud. Don't come down here yet. I didn't call you yet. $13.95 the dial on the right lane for the Charger cop car. And that Charger cop car is in trouble. Jason King chops the tree down, pulls alongside at the 8th mile. He'll wave as he goes by on the Willys truck. And he goes 12:30 for the win with a 46 reaction time to green. Liz is like, we're still going? We can't go to the hotel yet? Nope, you're turning on wind lights. Here's Sean Alsop. Alsop in the Fox Mustang out of the Northern California area. Adam Wildhaber here in the right lane. Really close on this side. That Trans Am banging the gears and trying to get in front of that Mustang. He's going to run out of racetrack. Sean Alsop is going to turn on. Oh, double breakout. Sean Alsop got there first, but broke out doing it. And the win light goes to Wildhaber. We'll see Wildhaber back in the next round of the bracket race shootout. Mark Cooling here in the left lane with the license plate LOL Nope. And this is the one that does the contra code when it leaves. Up, up, down, down, left, right, BA start. The right lane is the Tahoe. That's Mike Gonzalez. Better reaction time in the left lane from the Contra truck. And he does get the win, 1290 on the 1240, and we get to see that thing making passes later on. Eric Grillo here. The GMC truck out of Male Motorsports, style 1515. Lined up next to Don Harmon, the 68 Mustang, dialed 1210. Win light in the left lane, 1517, and we'll see Eric Grillo back. the Track Hawk Grand Cherokee in the right lane is Eric Daniels out of the 11.0 class, style 1120. The left lane is Ethan DeFalco, gets the win, 1376 on the 1365. The breakout in the right lane, and DeFalco will be back for the next round of the bracket race shootout. Attention in the pits, road weakers and time trials. Road weakers and time trials. Come on down 3 and 4, please. Road weakers and time trials, come on down 3 and 4, please. And we'll get you a pass. Again, road weakers and time trials, come on down 3 and 4, and that does count for folks that are out of competition and folks that were in the Quick 16, the BMF or the FAF. We will have the boards on for you, and you'll get slips. The left lane, Stephen Thompson, goes 11 on the tree. Here's Nick Ball, and it says Chris Story is a stud on the back. I don't know if he knows that he put that on there. It's also in pink. Jake Roberstad in the right lane, the 04 regular cab short bed Silverado. Roberstad's in trouble. Here comes Nick, smacking the gear shift around in the CTSV. And he does get the win, 11-19. Here's Ernie Riley. (13-13) on the 1311, a 16 reaction time to green in that right lane. And we'll see Ernie Riley back. Here's Mike Barnhill, dial 1239 with the Monte Carlo. Cesar Campos in the right lane, dial 1250. Again, road weakers and time only runs. Road weakers and time only. This is your call. Come on up. Here's Josh Rahm, the RMRW plate, so you know he's cool. I got one of those on my CTSV as well. Are you going to go make a pass, Miss Stevie? Atta girl. Go get it on. 2 and 3. Time only rides, you go to 2 and 3 along with those road weakers. Red light time for Rom by 26, and he's going to hate when he gets the slip because Campos was 170. Double breakout 1381 on the 85. Here's Sarah Thorpe in the left lane, doing the burnout in the Pro Charge GTO. She's taking on Eben Uri. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, Eben Uri. Absolutely is. I pushed a 6, it's a 5. The 49 GMC. Dial 14 flat and 1128 in the left lane. Red light time for Uri. And that'll hand over the win to Sarah Thorpe. Road Weakers and Test and Tune, we need you folks to your cars, please. Road Weakers and Test and Tune, we need you to your cars. We're about to run you. So moving into our Test and Tune class. We are down to 8. No. Yeah, 8. 8's are left. Oh, well, the bracket race has right. But 8's in the 32 were 8s. No, I think we're probably 60. No, the 32 were 8. We are 8. Yeah, we just did. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so we're 8s and all the heads up stuff, and then whatever the bracket's got, which is probably 20 or something. Rowdy radials 4, exhibitions 4. Right. So yeah, we're whittling it down.
I'm fast enough, Jimmy.
How many rounds?
Rush these people, though. A bunch of them aren't actually.
These are just time filler. Whatever, we can just put these guys out so you guys can just chill for a bit. Whatever.
Well, no, it's fine. It's just,
Yeah,
I'm this makes
I understand. I understand.
It never fails. You can have to do it.
One of these cats is gonna
Whenever we
yeah.
let somebody, oh yeah, you can make a time pass and go out there.
oil the whole fucking track. I get it. Randy Walston here in the left lane. Does the burnout in the second-gen Camaro. And he'll knock the tires. Juan Ramirez in the right lane. Michael Friesen in the right lane looking for a 9-second pass in the naturally aspirated 6-gen Camaro. Yusuf Hayek in the left lane. On the button, 992, 137. And the crowd goes wild. 1038 in the left lane for Yusuf Hayek. So congratulations to Michael Friesen out of Friesen, the Brittany Automotive stables, for getting that 6-gen Camaro into the 9s. All right, here's Chris Story doing a big burnout in the stick-shift Camaro. He's a cheater, though, because he's got a blower on that car. He's going against Stevie with the naturally aspirated CTSV. Chris Story's like, yeah, but I drove mine to the racetrack. Well, so did we from Rapid City, loser. Stevie gets the hit at the light. Oh, Chris misses a gear. Stevie gets the win. Stevie's gonna beat Chris Story when he blew the rear end up in that junk. Stevie turns a 1376 in and puts Chris Story on the trailer, and that dude sucks. The stock 10-bolt gave up in the Camaro trying to catch the CTSV, and the cheater with the blower gets put on the trailer, and Stevie with the naturally aspirated car goes 1376 and shows him what the taillights of a first-gen CTSV looks like. That's what I'm talking about. Sucks to suck, Chris Story. Here's old Blaine Stark here, the 55 wagon. All right, this is going to be kind of cool. This couple that's on the starting line right here, this is their honeymoon. They decided to take their honeymoon out here on Megaweek. And so what we're going to do is set up these couple of Cadillacs up here to do burnouts to get them an awesome honeymoon picture. What better way to get a honeymoon picture than here at Megaweek in between a couple of bad Cadillacs doing burnouts here on the starting line. So they're making out on the starting line, too. Just keep making out. Congratulations on your nuptials. And thank you so much for doing Megaweek for your honeymoon. Oh, yeah. Yes, give it up. Put your hands together for the newlyweds. If you don't like that, you don't like nothing. Again, congratulations, you guys. Thank you so much for coming out and spending your honeymoon with us at Megaweek. And you guys are ruined as hell, guaranteed. We'll see you guys every year from here forward. There's Evan. Now we come into Junior Street, round number 2. We're going to do Junior Street, and then we're going to go ahead and drag the racetrack, and then we're going to bring you all of our quick stuff. So FAF, BMF, and quick, as well as Rowdy and exhibition. Again, FAF, BMF, quick, Rowdy, and exhibition. You guys are all on deck. We'll be calling you very soon. After we get Junior Street squared up and we do some track prep, we're going to start at the quick. Or I'm sorry, at the fast, the FAF, the fastest, baddest stuff we have on that brand new prep.
Rowdy? We'll do Rowdy. Do you want to start with Rowdy? They only have 4 cars. We can. Whatever you want to do, you tell me.
Okay, yeah, we can do that. Okay, so Ron corrects me. We're going to actually probably start with Rowdy so they can get the best prep with those little bitty tires. So we'll start with those guys. Then we'll go with that FAF. Then we'll go move into BMF. Then we'll go into quick and the exhibition cars to round us out with this awesome brand new prep. But first, Junior Street, Isabella Holt. The 75 Maverick with a 385 series big block Ford in between what used to be the shock towers, but he put a Mustang 2 front end into that because that's the only way a 385 series Ford fits in a 75 Maverick. She's going to be duking it out with Evan Yuri. Oh, that's not right. Hold on. 145. There we go. Ammon Erickson. Erickson dialed a 950. And Bella Holt dialed a 905. Red Hat Scotty in here knocking around his funny bone. And a win light in the left lane for the blonde girl. Isabella Holt goes 954 on the 905. We'll see her in the next round of Junior Street. That'll bring up the pair of pickup trucks. The full size in the right lane is Briley Tilson. Tilson dialed a 978, and one of our drivers that's going to make her way down to Ennis to compete in the Western Conference Finals, and they leave Wednesday. So she's going to go try to get herself a national championship in junior dragsters after coming out here at Megaweek and doing everything that all of us idiots just did. That is super cool. 1,320 street miles on everything you're going to see on the racetrack, and that's going to get more and more exciting. Double breakout win in the right lane, 976 with a 6 for Tilson. That's going to get more and more exciting when you start looking at some of these real quick, especially small tire cars, when you start thinking about 1,300 miles, including one day with 500 miles, including 7 inches of rain, hail, tornadoes, and I think we had like even cows flying through the air and all sorts of crazy stuff. Here's Molly Alsop with the Fox Mustang. She'll get the bye. Benefit of the best winning reaction time. The best reaction time, unfortunately, broke out and lost that round. So Molly, the best winning reaction time. And she will back it up and put it into that sticky groove here on the left lane here at Tulsa Motorsports Park, the Crowder lane. And she's looking for a 909. The dial on the board. And we'll see her in the next round of Junior Street. All right, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Let's get Rowdy Radial. Rowdy Radial Shootout, come on down 3 and 4, please. Rowdy Radial Shootout, come on down 3 and 4, please. Let's get FAF. FAF, my semifinalists. Come on down to the left side, back of the staging lanes for your chip draw with your ride. FAF to the left side, back of the staging lanes for your chip draw. BMF to the right side of the back of the staging lanes for your chip draw. Quick and Exhibition, I'm putting you on deck. I'll be calling you soon. So again, Rowdy, come on down 3 and 4 in your pairs, please. Rowdy, come on down 3 and 4 in your pairs, please. We've already done your chip draw. FAF to the left side of the back of the staging lanes for your chip draw with your ride, please. And BMF to the right side of the back of the lanes for your chip draw, again, with your ride, to get paired up for your next round of competition. My next round of quick and my exhibition rides, you're on deck. I'll be calling you soon. And we have 3 of our 4 Rowdy cars out there. I believe I'm waiting on Jacob Broyles. And we are going to call him Jacob. He looks like he eats barbecue. Broyles. I think we're waiting on him, number 373. Again, I got 3, but I need 4 of my Rowdy cars. FAF, you should be in the left side of the back of the staging lanes. BMF, the right side of the back staging lanes. And then quick and exhibition cars, I'll be calling you soon. You're on deck. Jacob Broyles. Jacob Broyles, we're waiting on you in that Rowdy Shootout. As soon as we get all onions, we got some onions, we want all onions. As soon as we get you, we'll be ready to rock and roll in that Rowdy Shootout. I did finally kill the gnat. I was up here smacking myself in the chest, and everyone up here was like, what are you doing? And I was trying to kill a gnat, but I finally got it. So, Chris Story, I wanted to remind you that Quick Performance is a sponsor here at Megaweek. And they do sell a 4th Gen Camaro bolt-in 9-inch. That'll just dump right into that car now. Apparently pieces came out of your rear diff. That's pretty impressive. And you want to know why? That's because you were bang shifting it trying to get ahead of Stevie, who not only treed you, but 60-footed you. So, I'm just saying, that car doesn't have a blower on it. So, that car also has 2,300 miles on it right now, and we're going to be way over 3,000 miles by the time we're done. And that car is going to turn over 200,000 total miles on the drive home tomorrow. So I'm just saying, you got beat by a 200,000-mile CTSV with no blower on it with a 110-pound girl behind the wheel. So you get to deal with that for the rest of your life. But again, thanks to Quick Performance for being on board here at Mega Week. Kept a ton of our competitors rocking and rolling here. And again, Mr. Chris Story. Oh, he twisted the drive shaft in half. He's done that twice. Well, whatever. Quick Performance still will get you a bolt-in 9-inch for that Camaro. All right, here we go with the Rowdy Shootout. No time, no slip. On the 26 850 tire, there's Jacob. He looks like he eats barbecue broils in the right lane. Jacob Broyles has been in the 530 range on that little bitty tire in the 8th mile. Taking on Cody Knudsen here in the left lane. Knudsen's 4-eyed fox with T-tops. So that guy parties. He's been in the 560 range. But you know what they say? any given Saturday, or whatever the hell day it is. So Knudsen and Broyles run into the 8th mile, 660 foot.
Check your switch. That's what happened last time. Okay, hold on. Let me check the flag.
Once again, FAF, we need you all to the left side, back of the staging lanes. We need you like right now. We're getting ready to do that chip draw. The BMF, same deal, right side of the back lanes. We need to have all of you because we're getting ready to get that trip draw done. Side-by-side win light, right lane, Jacob Broyles, just by a little bit. And Jacob Broyles, who looks like he eats barbecue, will be back for the final. That'll bring up Donovan Linwood, the winner of your Rowdy Radial category in the A group. He's been in the 5 teens. He's going to take on Randy Miller, who finished 2nd place in the B group. He's been in the 570s. Still missing one car, the FAF. Oh, you know what? Actually, he's broke. He's broke, Ron. Brady Davis, unfortunately, broke his car. So whoever Brady Davis was going to... The second group, we're still missing one of you. So the second group, we're still missing one of you. Randy Miller, a little bit of a reaction time advantage, but here goes Linwood, and he'll drive around and turn on that win light. And that'll set up our final and Rowdy Radial. Attention in the pits. Quick. Quick. Our remaining 8 rides. Quick. I'm sorry. Is it? Yeah, 8 rides. Come on up to the right side of the staging lanes, please. Quick. Come on up to the right side of the staging lanes to do your chip draw and get paired up for your next round of competition. Quick 32. Quick 32. Remaining competitors, this is your call. Come on up to the the right side, back of the staging lanes for your chip draw and to get paired for your next round. Quick. And then exhibition, I've got you on deck. I'll be calling you soon. All right, we are getting ready to do the chip draw BMF. So if you are our missing BMF car, you are about to be knocked out of competition without even running into the beams. So BMF, we're waiting on that one last car. BMF, we're waiting for that one last car. We're about to do that chip draw, and I mean like right now. All right, it sounds like we are ready to go. Getting those cars put in the drivers. The drivers put in the cars. That would hurt if you put the car in the driver. But putting the driver in the car, that makes a whole lot more sense. Here we go. The FAF This is our baddest rides on the property. The fast as shut your mouth class. Here we go. Tina Pierce. The license plate 405 Tina. Yeah, it's that Tina from the Street Outlaws. I've been calling this thing a twin turbo big block all week long, and it turns out that I'm a liar. Dave sent me a text and said that's an LS now, which makes it even more impressive. That's our second quickest ride on the property, right behind Bryant Goldstone. The twin turbo LS powered Chevy Nova of Tina Pierce, one of our wicked chicks, a longtime Rocky Mountain Race Week and Race Week competitor as well. In fact, they did a race week, left in the middle of the week to go to Kenzie, I believe's softball tournament, and then came back to continue competing on Rocky Mountain Race Week. Yeah, Tina's around a bunch. They travel, they do the thing. They come out for the Tulsa Midnight Races. That's a long-standing deal out here, the Tulsa Midnight Races. So here comes Dave. He just told me he's got the 5-second tune-up in it. And Bryant Goldstone, the Javelin, that I call the Javgasm. Twin turbo big block Chevrolet in the right lane. Twin turbo LS in the left lane. The radial tires in the left lane. The big floppy slick tires in the right lane. A little David versus Goliath action coming at you here. On paper, Goldstone has her covered by a full second. But we'll see what happens. Diamond Dave gets the last check on the parachutes in the Nova. And Bryant Goldstone will roll up the power windows in the 1973 Javelin. And he will look to turn on another wind light. Tina Pierce and Bryant Goldstone. Both rides get spooled up. Goldstone gets in the beams. Here comes the tree. They both sit there. They're both sitting on this tree. They got to go. Someone's got to break the beams. Tina will roll forward. And she broke the beams. Goldstone's sitting there. Tina is slow rolling down the left lane. Goldstone is sitting there doing nothing. Tina just needs to make it to the finish line. Goldstone can start that car and drive past her at the quarter mile if he can get it fired. Tina is slow rolling. Goldstone just needs to get that car fired. There it is. Go. He needs to pass Tina. Tina's at the 1,000-foot mark. Here comes Goldstone. He gets it sideways at the 8th mile. And he's going to turn on the wind light. Holy moly. The slowest and the craziest FAF pass ever in the history of Race Week. That was insane. Both of the lights turned green and both cars sat. Tina then meandered on down that left lane, and Goldstone just sat. They got the car refired. He started going down. He nearly wrecked the thing at the 8th mile, trying to catch up to Tina Pierce at the 1,000-foot. And then he turns on the wind light. That was insane. And that's why you race him, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly. Woo! Here's Daryl Yost. Yost in the left lane. The 69 Chevelle out of Baymont, Colorado. He's next to Tony Weissman. Weissman out of the Hot Rods by Havlik crew. That was awesome. Could you imagine if she had won that? Come on. Dave walks back with a big smile on his face, and he's shaking his head. He actually told me right before the run they were broke. But he said, shh. But she nearly got a round win against Bryant Goldstone while they both sat on the starting line, literally sitting. Daryl Yost and Weissman. Weissman's going to turn on the win light with the dart.
I think this is the BMF, I think. Bear with me 2 seconds. Yes, this is BMF. Sorry.
Car 57, I need you in your car like right now. This pair. Slaybaugh gets the win in the right lane. And a single pass here for Brad Thiessen. Unfortunately, Brady Davis unable to make the call. So Brad Thiessen will turn on a win light, and that was a hell of a round in FAF. Holy moly. Now we're moving into BMF. Woo! Brad Francis in the left lane out of the limited street category in the B group. Lining up next to Colt Rist. Rist, the rear-wheel drive swap Chevy Impala out of the unlimited category in the A group. Attention in the pits, Exhibition. Exhibition, this is your call to the staging lanes, please. Exhibition, come on up. Find your dancing partner and come up in your pairs. Again, Exhibition, come on up. Find your dancing partner, come up in your pairs, please. I'm the same way. All I talk about is cool burnouts. Burnouts are awesome. Oh, that Mustang gets loose. And Colt Rist in the Impala is going to turn on the win light. Man, you can see the black tracks from that car as it got into the marbles. And thankfully, he gets off the gas and lives to win another day. Here's Jacoby Betts in the left lane. Lining up next to Anthony Reed. Betts out of the 9-0 category. Anthony Reed out of the Pro Street category. Good lights on this end. Betts a little bit ahead at 330 and starts pulling away at the 660, and he'll turn on the win light right there. And we'll see Betts back in the next round of the BMF shootout. Brings up Sean Slaybaugh here in the left lane out of the 9-0 category, and she's taking on Kenzie Pierce, who you just saw her mom do the weirdest side-by-side heads-up pass ever. Pierce the 04 Colorado out of the tailgate category. Slaybaugh does his burnout. Pierce having a little bit of issue with the burnout. You see her mom, Tina, and her dad, David. Oh, man, and Kenzie looks like she's having some issues. The thing won't do a burnout. Dave underneath the car. Slaybaugh waiting patiently with the door open. And she shuts off the Colorado. Did she? Nope, there she goes. She's going to go ahead and go up and stage it. Again, exhibition, I'm missing one of you. We're getting ready to do your run right now. Exhibition, I'm missing one of you. We're going to run it without you. So here he goes, Slaybaugh and Pierce. Slaybaugh will build the boost and get that car in. Here comes the tree and they're gone. Kenzie Pierce a little bit ahead of the 8th mile. At the stripe, Kenzie Pierce gets the win without a burnout. Yes, Diamond Dave is still in it, baby. What a wild set of passes. What a wild set of passes for the Pierces. Kenzie, unable to do a burnout, shows up and gets the thing down. Diamond Dave is down. He's down. Tina Pierce nearly won going 2 miles an hour at the finish line. Bryant Goldstone almost crashed his car trying to pass her. Kenzie Pierce unable to get a burnout out of the Colorado, but still goes up there and turns on a win light. Wow. That's why we race them. The only drag and drive with actual racing is Rocky Mountain Race Week and Mega Week, and we're here to show it to you. How about Felicia Smith in the left lane? The four-door Rocket CTS-V sedan. A little orange on orange crime coming at you. The right lane is David Chavez, the 99 Camaro out of the 9.0 category. Felicia Smith also out of the 9.0. Attention in the pits. The bracket shootout. Bracket shootout. This is your call to the staging lanes, please. Bracket shootout. This is your call to the staging lanes, please, for your next round of competition. Felicia Smith knocks the tires, and she'll watch David Chavez drive off. And he'll turn on the win light in a slow roller, and that's going to be a tough one for Smith to watch. Because had she been able to get the hook on the racetrack, she probably had enough for Chavez there in that right lane. Here's Big Block Bob Ruppel. The Winter Mint Green Nova is going to take on the Rick James Tesla Plaid. Rick James Plaid. The Plaid in the 10.0 category. Ruppel out of the naturally aspirated big block category. Once again, my next round of bracket cars. Come on up to the staging lanes, please. Bracket shootout. This is your call to the staging lanes, please. The Tesla, wheeled by Jay Graham, out of the 10.0 category. The Plaid with the reaction time jump. Big Block Bob side by side at the 8th mile. Does he have enough to pull on the top end? No, the Tesla Plaid gets the win in that right lane. And we'll see Jay Graham back in the next round of the BMF shootout. Sean Stanford here in the left lane does the burnout. This is the quick 32. Oh, it was too? Okay. My bad. Thanks so much to Dana for keeping me in line for what's going the hell on up here, because I don't obviously have no idea. I mean, here we go. Nico Christoffery in the right lane, getting ready to do the burnout. Maybe having some issues. Jason Hurley down there, giving him a hand. Stanford out of the NA small block category.
She actually was like, "Do you see her shirt?"
Christoffery out of the limited street category. In the B category. And I believe the outlaw street, yes. I'm outlaw street in B and limited street in A. One of the guys doing double duty and duking it out here in the BMF shootout. And again, taking on the naturally aspirated small block ride in the left lane of Sean Stanford. Stanford has been in the mid 9-second range all week with that smaller than 434 cubic inch engine. Stanford ahead at the 330, and he's going to go ahead and wave on goodbye and turn on that wind light. Austin Mackey in the right lane. So the G-Body Monte Carlo in the left lane. And Austin Mackey in the right lane. They call him the Rambler Kid. Turbo small block Ford for power. Under the hood of the AMC Rambler American. Bracket cars, I'm missing 4 of you. Bracket cars, I'm missing 4 of you. Big reaction time advantage for Mackey. And he's going to carry it strike to strike. The G-Body trying to climb up, and it's just not going to happen. Austin Mackey turns on the wind light. Here's Dustin Moody in the left lane. Taking on that cool old rat rod truck of Nick Thompson. Thompson out of the hot rod category, and Moody, of course, out of the motorcycle category. Again, bracket, we're missing 4 of you. We need all of you. We are getting ready to get you all squared up and ready to go for your next round, so bracket. Moody has some issues on the starting line and opens up the door for Nick Thompson. Here comes Moody, though. Smacking the gears. Can he get across? He does. Moody having issues on the starting line. It has enough horsepower in that motorcycle to get past Nick Thompson with that pickup truck and turn on the wind light. The Mustang running out of stank at the top end. Oh, he still gets across the line at the finish line and turns on that wind light. Here's our exhibition rides. Looking like we're just waiting on Levi Holt. Just waiting on Levi Holt in that bracket category. Here's Jack Crawford here in the right lane, and the Groot truck. In the left lane is James Esmond. Local boys here, and the future Farmer of America teacher in the right lane gets gapped. And James Esmond will turn on that win light. We are going to rerun that first pair. We had some issues on the tree. I'm not sure what happened. That first pair, a car went immediately red. So that first pair of exhibition cars cruise on back.
Oh, yeah, he threw them back.
So again, we will rerun that first round of that exhibition. And the winner of that pair will take on James Esmond in the final of that exhibition. Chris Story's up here and taking the lumps. So, yeah, Stevie's got one up on you. There were a couple of people on the starting line that were like, no one would take my $20 bet on Stevie. Everyone was betting on Chris, and everyone lost their freaking money. And again, that's that drive shaft doesn't twist into a million pieces unless he's way behind. That's just how it works. So, you know, you got beat by a girl with a naturally aspirated car with 200,000 miles. It does happen. Quick Performance has an F-body rear end. Attaboy. Attaboy. He said, I ordered one. It's on the way. That's what I'm talking about. Bree hopefully isn't watching the live stream. She doesn't need to know about that. Good. Oh, man. All right, we're going into the bracket category right now. Jason King in the left lane, dialed 1204 with the Willys truck out of Minnesota. Stephen Thompson in the right lane, the 88 Monte Carlo, dialed 1382. Oh, red light time for Jason King by 28. And he would have had his work cut out for him. Because Stephen Thompson goes 19 and then goes 1378 on the 82. Attention in the pits, test and tune and road weakers. Test and tune and road weakers. If you'd like to make a pass, this is your call. Come on up. Test and tune and road weakers. Yeah, Chris is like, let's run it back, except that Chris's rear end and drive shaft are in a million pieces. So that ain't gonna happen. You already pushed it from about the 8th mile down the rest of the racetrack. Oh, pulled, not pushed. So here we go, Riley and that early 64 or 65 Chevelle in the left lane. A Paige Coleman win light goes to Ernie Riley on the breakout. Unfortunately, Coleman goes a 1367 with a 7 on the 1377. And Ernie Riley turns on the win light, and we'll see that awesome hot rod back in the next round of the bracket competition. This is the truck that I've been calling the Contra truck, because when it launches, it does left, right, up, down, A, B, start. That's Mark Cooling. He will soon need to see quick performance if he keeps that junk up. Missed shift there in the left lane, and a win light in the right lane for the Contra truck. 1343 on the 1240, and we'll see Mark Cooling back for the next round in the bracket class. Again, that first pair of exhibition cars, we're going to do a rerun for you. I got that white ride back, so when I get that second ride back, we'll get that rerun taken care of. I love that the Contra truck keeps winning, because I like when trucks and cars... Oh, he's down there on the top end. Oh, no. He did turn on the win light. So we'll hope that that thing's not severely broken, because he did turn on a win light. He did win that round, and I like calling the up, down, left, right, B, A start. And if you're a person of a certain age, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And I just gave you my age, basically. Yes, I am an 80s kid. So sitting back here in the water, Eric Grillo in the right lane out of Mahle Motorsport. This is the dude that's been giving out gas cards throughout the week, as well as 2 sets of Mahle Power Pack pistons last night at the awards. And again, we did the who's got Mahle pistons in their car, and man, about 30 people raised their hands, and that's super awesome. So unfortunately, Cooling's ride, and one of our veterans out here as well, sitting on the top end, and we get him pulled off, and I heard there's a whole bunch of stuff on the track up there. I don't know if that means like fluid or parts or pieces or whatever, so we'll be down a minute while we get that checked out. There's Sarah Thorpe and Rich Thorpe out of the Disorganized Grime Stables. Some of the nicest people you ever met. Rich is one of those dudes that never stops smiling. He and Daryl Yost should start like a band. And it'll just be them smiling. Oh, and Stephen Willingham. Yeah, that's 3 of 4 members of we'll call them the Smileys. It'll be Rich Thorpe, Stephen Willingham, and Daryl Yost. And then we just need to find one other person that smiles as much as they do. That right lane again, Eric Grillo. And that is one of the nicest dudes you've ever met. Drag racing or not. And we were talking, and I was like, earlier this week, I was like, you ready for this week? And he was like, totally. All good. Because you know why? I'm getting paid to be here. I'm actually working. And then I gave him the air quotes, working. This is the best kind of work. And we appreciate having Mahle Motorsports on board. Again, go check them out in the pits. Go check them out online. Or reach out to Eric Grillo. And he can't wait to get pistons in your ride. Nearly everything I own has his pistons in it, except for the engine currently in the Cadillac. That is the OG 6-liter that I literally took out into the driveway, did a little dingle ball hone on, polished the crank, and put it back together, and that's still the factory 199,000 mile short block in that car. That's still factory standard crank and standard bore. I'm telling everyone that. I can't believe that that car has that many miles on it. We have done nothing but just drive it. And, well, that's not true. I've worked on that thing like crazy. That was supposed to be my easy button car. And all I've ever done is blow it up and work on it. I've put lifters in that car at Kearney Motorsports Park. We've put 3 or 4 axle shafts in that car. Oh, yeah. And when it breaks the axle shaft, it breaks it inside the rear diff. So you change that at the same time, too. So I bit the bullet and wrote a gigantic check to a company called Creative Steel and put an 8.8 in the rear end of that car, so I didn't have to do that anymore, at least. That's right. Yeah, I've got a shirt that came with. No stickers, unfortunately, but a shirt that says I got 99 problems, but my diff ain't one. Chris Story says, not me. My stuff's in a million pieces. Hey, there's Levi Holt down there. Man, look at you going rounds, baby. And the blonde girl. You guys are having a good week. Really good week. He's been out here in the F-150, which is kind of the cheat code. But he built a real car. And he's out here actually doing it in that thing with the blonde girl. And you guys had a heck of a good week, man. Good for you guys. Even though it's a Ford, I still like you. I still like it. And honestly, what's cool with your car is that thing was never intended to have that big of a motor in it. Those things came with inline 6s, and if they came with a V8, I think they were a little tiny Windsor V8, but that thing, a 385 series with a Mustang 2 front end, because that's the only way it'll fit. You know you can drive that car in the naturally aspirated small block category, right? He says yes, but he was running it in naturally aspirated big block because it's a big block. But 434 cubic inches is a small block in our world, no matter the architecture. And I keep telling people, I keep daring people to bring a 426 Hemi to the naturally aspirated small block category, and no one shows up and does it. Someone's gonna one day, and they're gonna find out. They might mop up or they might not. You got to be able to drive that crap for 1,300 miles. You ever seen the valve train on a Hemi? I'm just saying. Drag and drive, there's no easy button. There's no one way to do this thing. But that car, a 429 with an AOD transmission and air conditioning. But you and the blonde girl, you're my people. Big fan. Levi was the dude that told me that I needed to make a daily Adam Dory quote calendar. Chris Story says, I would love that. I just need to come up with 365 sayings. I say a lot of stupid crap, but there's only like 15 of them that I can remember. Stevie's like, I'm going to start making notes so that you can do that. Levi Holt will be my first person to buy one whenever I come up with that. Again, the Thorpes down here, some of the coolest people I've ever met. They're getting ready to make their pass. And again, this is a deal where you make friends and family for life. Oh, there's Nick Ball also down there. my best buddy Steve Wolf, who got me into cars. This is his nephew. For better or for worse. But he used to have a Honda wagon that he named Helen, but it earned the hashtag Filthy H. And it ran in the 21s, I think. But he would come out and bracket race the thing. It was pretty sweet. Brandon Coddington says, Potter says it's up, up, down, down, left, right, A, B, select, start. No wonder you couldn't beat Contra. Okay, whatever. Oh, man. It's the final day. It's the shootout day. It gets a little loose around here if you didn't notice. We're all delirious. Got a racer in need, a 2020 F-150 drive shaft. Oh, Brandon Coddington says he's 51. Okay. So again, a racer in need. We are looking for a 2020 F-150 drive shaft. If you got one here on site. I'm Mason Moody, not Dustin Moody, man. I haven't slept, for crying out loud. I know you're Mason, but you got Moody on your back. So I've had Dustin here for like 100 years, and you've been here once. Twice. 3 times a Moody. I'm singing. Hold on. Oh, I thought of one, Levi, for you. Don't sweat the don't sweat the petty stuff, and it's all petty stuff. All right, here we go. Eric Grillo, Sarah Thorpe, and Eric Grillo's dead meat. Thorpe pulls alongside 1,000 foot. We'll tap the brakes and turn on the wind light. 11:31, a 51 reaction time to green. That's how you put a freaking dial in on the side of your car. Make it a foot tall for us. I love it. So does Dana. Ethan DeFalco, you get extra points with the OBS truck, dialed 1372, and I'm going to say it like 1372. The right lane is Cesar Campos, dialed 1250. Close reaction times on this end. Campos pulls alongside at 1,000 foot and cannot get across. The car will not run the number. And we'll see the pickup truck back. in the next round of the bracket shootout for Mr. DeFalco. Hey, there's Lance Walker. Great job not crashing that thing while it was making itself a little extra ventilation in that block. So here's Levi Holt and Nick Ball, a couple of my buddies. The stick shift ride in the left lane, the AOD automatic ride in the right lane. Nick's car, a typical bolt-on LSA car. And again, Levi Holt's car, a 385 series, big block Ford. A small starting line advantage. There's Lance Walker. He's like, yeah, I'm glad I didn't wreck my crap either. At the finish line, win light in the right lane. We'll see Levi Holt back with a 12:27 on the 12:20. Nick breaks out, trying to stay ahead. The Mustang in the right lane. I thought it was too. I think that's Bryant Goldstone. I'm pretty sure that's Goldstone spooling the thing. I thought that was this Mustang spooling up in the water, and I was like, that thing sounds way faster than I thought. He's broke, so we're going to send this. This is our winner in the exhibition class. You can just break the beams if you want. Oh, it's a semi. Sorry, semi rerun. That's right. Yeah, so this will be in the final. So if he wants the data, he can make the pass now. And he'll knock the tire. And turn on that wind light, and that'll set up our final in exhibition. Unfortunately, the pickup truck unable to make the call. And that'll end his mega week. But hell of a good week, dude. 1,300 street miles. 500 miles in the rain. This is going to be one of those ones that goes down in history. If you have completed Mega Week, it don't matter if you finished in first or in last. You're an absolute gangster out here. So tough break there for Michael Howard. But you got nothing to hang your head, my friend. You got it back here. You came out to compete in that exhibition class, and in my opinion, you're the coolest dude on the property. Well, second coolest, because Lance Walker's over there. Now we're moving into the test and tune category. So we'll run through a handful of cars here, getting their passes, and then we will call up our heads-up classes here very soon. We are likely going to invert the order this round, so we'll probably start with quick, move to BMF, go to FAF, and we'll probably maybe start with Rowdy. I don't know. We'll figure it out. Whatever Ron tells me to do is what I'm going to do, because that dude's actually in charge. I just talk into a microphone. All right, let's do it. The semifinals of the Quick 32. Semifinals of Quick 32. Come on up to the top of the staging lanes, please, to do your chip draw. Again, semifinals of Quick 32. Come on up to do your chip draw for your next round of competition, please. Quick 32, semifinalists. And let's go ahead and get the BMF folks. Quick 32, stay to the left side for me. BMF folks, stay to the right side for me. Again, quick semifinal, BMF semifinal. Quick to the left, BMF to the right, please. Cody Green with the mail truck puts the thing on what would be a bumper next to Stevie. That was cool. It goes 1050. And Stevie goes 1444 after watching the whole bottom side of that mail Jeep. And I'm talking MALE. Junior Street, we'll be calling you up after the heads-up classes. So Junior Street, you'll be on deck after the heads-up classes, but I should have my quick semifinals on their way down to the left side of the staging lanes, and my BMF on their way down to the right side of the staging lanes for their semifinal. FAF and Rowdy, you are on deck. I'll be calling you soon, and then Junior Street, I'll have you right after them. While we were waiting for everything to kind of roll out, I do need to thank all of our sponsors. We cannot make this happen without them. And again, if you are in the market for parts, if you're in the market for services, Give these folks the chance to earn your business first, please. (918) Motorsports Performance Parts and Sales. 4-Ride Performance Tuning, War Performance, Valley Homes, Tuned by JP, TPD, Summit Racing Equipment, Shirtworks Racewear.com. Cypher Specialties, Rusty Nuts Media, Rocky Mountain Plumbing and Hydro Heat, Quick Performance, Pitt State University Automotive Technology, Norex Engineering, Moody's Performance, Mel Hambleton Racing, Marceau Racing, Mole Motorsport, Leading Edge Technology Partners, Juggernaut Welding and Fab, High Speed Media, Hablix FSC Shootout, Force Performance Turbochargers, Edge Welding Supply, Disorganized Grime, Crowler, Quarterstone Performance Transmissions, Circle D Specialties, Certified Performance and Auto Repair, C&G Signs, Bubba Ginn Racing Transmissions, Brian Tooley Racing, Bankshift Billy, Bankshift.com, and Aeromotive. Appreciate all of you guys coming on board for Mega Week, and of course, our title sponsor, Motion Raceworks, and our presenting sponsor, Sick the Magazine. Don't forget about Bobby Burr out there with the portable car hoist as well. A long-time Rocky Mountain Race Peak supporter and keeping racers and whatnot on the road. And of course, Juggernaut and him are like peas and carrots. All right, here we go. Quick 32, go ahead and get suited and booted. We are ready for you. Our semifinals. Down to 4 rides. We got the Rick James Tesla in that category. We got Mason Moody down there. And we are going to get ready to set up our finals. Here's Austin Mackey. Attention in the pits, FAF semifinals. FAF, come on down to the left side of the lanes for your chip draw, please. FAF, this is your call. Come on down to the left side of the lanes for your chip draw, please. Still missing 2 of the BMF guys. So BMF, I need you. All of you. Mackey, ahead at the 8th mile, ahead at the the 1,000 foot, at the quarter mile. Oh, the Tesla gets around. Right at the stripe. Mackey was ahead the entire racetrack. And that Tesla comes around right at the stripe and turns on the win light. So we'll see the Rick James Tesla in the final, and he will take on the winner of this pair. It's Mason Moody. Yeah, it's Mason. He is taking on Sean Stanford. The naturally aspirated small block Camaro. Camaro ahead. Here comes Mason. Trying to reel in the Camaro. Runs out of racetrack. The Camaro turns on the win light, and that sets up our final. Sean Stanford and the Rick James Tesla will be racing for the final in the Quick 32. Once again, FAF semifinals. Come on up to the left side of the staging lanes for your chip draw. When you have your pairs, come on up to the front. Once again, FAF, this is your call. To the left side of the staging lanes for your chip draw. When you have your pairs, come on up. BMF, we're still missing you. We're missing 2 of you. We need you like yesterday. Once again, BMF, you should be at the right side in the back of the staging lanes. FAF, you should be in the left side, back of the staging lanes to get paired. Rowdy and Exhibition, you guys hang out. We're going to have you guys wait, and we're going to run all of our finals. So Rowdy and Exhibition, if you guys were getting all ready to come up, chill out. We're going to run all of our finals at the same time. So you guys just go ahead and go, you can go take a nap. Get a cheeseburger from the concession stand. It's open. Or yeah, you can go pay for a ride in the Proud American Motorsports 3-seat dragster if you want. Junior Street, you guys are on deck though. I'll be calling you soon. Junior Street, you guys are on deck, and gals. I'll be calling you guys next. Attention to the pitch, Junior Street. Junior Street, this is your call to the top of the staging lanes for your chip draw. When you get your pair, come on down 7 and 8. Again, Junior Street, this is your call to the top of the staging lanes, please. When you get your pair, come on down to 7 and 8, please. And bracket cars, come on down 5 and 6. The 6 of you left are 8th finalists. Come on down to 5 and 6, please. Bracket cars, this is your call to 5 and 6. Junior Street, top of the staging lanes. When you get your pairs, come on down 7 and 8. Here we go, Kenzie Pierce, the compressed air supercharged Colorado. Taking on the rear wheel drive swap Monte Carlo. Colt Wrist behind the controls. Yellow's down and we're gone. Kenzie, big advantage. And she will drive away with full wrist. And that ride will be in the finals of the Quick 32. And the crowd goes wild. Jacoby Betts in the right lane. The second-gen Camaro. He's going to duke it out with David Chavez, and the winner of this pair will take on Kenzie. Once again, junior streeters to the top of the staging lanes, please, for your chip draw when you get your pairs. Come on down to 7 and 8. And bracket cars. Make your way down to 5 and 6, please. My remaining 6 of you, the 8th finals.
I switched it because the FA's guys are in the way, so bracket 7 or 8.
Oh, all right, no big deal. All right, change that. Bracket, come down to 7 and 8. Bracket 7 and 8, and then junior street to the top of the staging lanes, and then just go into whatever lanes they tell you to. How about that? So here we go, Chavez. Oh, he bumps through, that's it, done. Jacoby Betts just needs to bump in, get that tree, and he is gonna take that win. And that's how it works in single elimination. Unfortunately, bumping through the tree gets you an L. And Jacoby Betts is gonna turn on that win light, and it was gonna be one of 2 orange Camaros in the finals, and it's the second gen of Jacoby Betts. So Kenzie Pierce and Jacoby Betts will be our finals in that quick 16 category. We should be moving now to our BMF category. Oh, that was BMF. I'm sorry. We should be moving now to our FAF category. Thanks, Dana. Dana's keeping me going up here. I'm on very little sleep through this week, as everyone else is. You guys all get it. So, you know, I'm sorry, but, you know, like I said, you guys know. You probably called your wife the wrong name or your friend the wrong name because you're on 3 hours of sleep all week long, too. How about UK Tom? He still got gear for sale. Those Knapsack shirts. You still got shirts for sale, Tom? Oh, he's talking to someone. He's not listening to me. There's Nate Curran and Brady Davis. I told you he was short. And here we go. The FAF. The baddest rides we have here on the property. Tony Weissman pulls up in the right lane. The blown A-body dart. He's going to take on Sandon Slaybaugh out of the unlimited category. Both of these rides have been low 8s all week. Slaybaugh and Weissman. Slaybaugh will start building the boost and bump it in. Here we go. Slaybaugh knocks the tires, and Tony Weissman will drive out of his way. So that ride out of the Hot Rods by Hadlock camp will be in the finals of the FAF Shootout, and he will take on the winner of this next pair. So here we go. Brad Thiessen. The Nova that had head gaskets totally torched out of the thing. It has no water in the engine. Taking on Bryant Goldstone, who you saw with the craziest last round ever. With him and Tina Pierce. The tree came down, turned green, and they both just sat. And then Tina Pierce started driving away. Bryant Goldstone tried to crash his thing at the 8th mile, trying to reel her in, and finally goes past and turns on a win light. Green lights. Brad Thiessen trying to get everything he can handle. And Brian Goldstone drives out of his life and turns on that wind light. So that is our final. It is going to be Brian Goldstone and Tony Weissman. Weissman is going to do his best to play Giant Killer. The TRP, the Tulsa Raceway Park souvenir stand, is going to be closing in 20 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. It's 5:45, so like near 6-ish. If you want to get yourself a Tulsa Raceway Park shirt or hat, or they might even have thongs, I don't know. Go cruise over there and check it out. So we do have a bunch of finals set up. There's Brian Havlick down there. Yes. Dude, killer wheelie. I don't even know what that means. 2 wheelies? 2,000 horsepower nitrous? Are you selling me that car now? 2,000? 2,200? Because you lost, I get it for 2,200. I dig it, dude. Hell yeah. That's a great deal. I appreciate you. Plus, you think about the gas mileage you're going to get going home. One of our sponsors out here, the FSC Shootout. And again, you'll hear my sultry voice in your ear holes at that event, and that'll also be brought to you at bankshift.com. So super nice of Brian Havlick to sell me his car for $2,200. I offered him way more than that a couple of days ago when it was broke, like almost double that. And he comes out here and does a big power wheelie and says, I'll sell it to you cheaper. Why not? That's super awesome. Appreciate you a ton. Here comes Junior Street. Check this out. All females. All teenage girls left. So Isabella Holt in the right lane driving the 75 Maverick. She is lined up. Oops, I'm in the wrong thing. To Molly also. Molly dialed 909 and the 909 in the right lane. Win light to Molly, a 909 on the 909 with a 79 reaction time to green. And that'll set up our all-female final as well. Briley Tilson gets the bye, dialed 975, and she knows that she is going to have to face Molly Alsop, who just put the thing on the number. Briley goes 978 on the 975, and that sets up our final in Junior Street. Briley is going to take on Molly Alsop, and how about an all-female semifinals in Junior Street? If that doesn't pump you up, I don't care who, I don't know what you're doing. You're living life wrong. Coming at you next, our bracket 8th finals. There's Tom. Hey, Tom, do you still have merch? Yes, he's got knapsack shirts. Help Tom get his car back to the UK. He's going to make it back, and he's going to have the coolest freaking car in the UK because there's probably only like 30 four-eyed Fox Mustangs over there ever. So if that dude can't get a girlfriend with that car, he's doing something wrong. You must be stinky or something. Yeah, he's got too many to bring back. He doesn't want to pay the extra luggage fees. So help him bring that four-eyed Fox back. Because, again, that'll be the coolest car in the UK ever. A four-eyed Fox Mustang with a Turbo LS. Yeah, if you can't get a date in that, you can't get a date. Over there in the UK. Over here, it's just kind of a normal everyday car, and it might even look a little crappy to you. But you bring that stuff over there where there's a bunch of like Citrons and whatever the hell the UK does, because they're weird. Opals. Yeah, the stuff that's cool here that we make into race cars. He's going to bring that four-eyed Fox over there and do that Street Week and stuff that they've got, or whatever the hell it is, in that. And maybe you need a co-pilot. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. Call me. You call me. So here we go in the bracket category. 6 rides left. Concessions is closing in about 15 minutes as well. They got some food over there, so if you want to get yourself a nice cold drink or a nice hot, how about half price hot food while they last, while supplies last, half price hot food. So if you want to get yourself something nice to eat, you can get it for half price. And then while you're over there, go check out the TRP merch booth and get yourself a thong or shirt, or I don't even know what they got, booty shorts? Tank tops, yeah. Hoodies. And I always say, pick yourself up, when I say, I always say, I got this from Stevie, because she's smart. Pick up stuff. Red light time in the right lane, hands over the wind to Ernie Riley. If you stockpile that stuff, you can just stick it in your closet, and if you forget someone's birthday or something, you've got, like, backups. You can be like, I thought of you a long time ago. They don't need to know that you bought it 2 years ago. That's just smart right there. Unless it has a year on it. So if you buy the Megaweek shirt, they're gonna know. But the TRP stuff probably doesn't have a year on it. Maybe, okay, yeah, some of it does. So don't buy that stuff. Just be smart if you're gonna do that. Again, that's a WTF Steve fact. Here we go. The right lane is Sarah Thorpe. The left lane is Steven Thompson, the 88 Monte Carlo. 1378 the dial in the left lane, 1122 the dial for Thorpe in that Grand Prix lane. Steven Thompson is in trouble. Here comes Thorpe. Pulls alongside at about 1,200 feet at the stripe. Gets the win, 1127 on the 1122, and a 34 reaction time to green. Levi Holt, the 75 Maverick. You're like, wait, it looks like I'm seeing this car a whole lot. Well, you are. Isabella Holt, unfortunately, just lost in Junior Street with this ride. And Levi, still in business here. That truck in the left lane blew the drive shaft out of it the last time it left. That's Mark Cooling. And they thrashed to get a drive shaft in it. They took the drive shaft out of David Winnett's truck, put it in Mark Cooling's truck to come on out here to the 8th final in the bracket shootout. Red light. Oh, man. Hands the win over to Levi. And we'll see Levi Holt in the semifinals of the bracket category. Tough break for Cooling. He goes 12:23 on the 1399 dial at 34 miles an hour. There's something wrong with that. Something blew through the end of the traps. I can guarantee he was going quicker than 30 or faster than 34 miles an hour, and he probably didn't run a 12 with a 1399 dial. Just got a message that Tom Bagley has his merch set up next to the tower. So if you want to get yourself one of those Nap Shack shirts, $25 gets you one of those, and that'll help him, again, bring that Fox body over to the UK. Oh, no, Dave Winnett just told me that Mark Cooling is sitting down at the end of the racetrack. He's off the racetrack, but at the end of the racetrack with all neutrals in that truck. They thrashed to put the drive shaft in it, and unfortunately it is PNNNNNNN on the transmission. Park and a whole bunch of neutrals. That's a tough break. However, you know what's really cool? He made it the furthest in the tailgate class in that bracket category, so he won himself $500 extra, $250 courtesy of 918 Motorsports, and $250 courtesy of the Cornerstone Racing transmission guys. So you get 500 new bucks. I mean, you broke and you lost. So Cornerstone Performance Transmissions threw up 250, and 918 Motorsports threw up 250. So 500 bucks is a pretty good way for you to mop up your tears after having a bunch of neutrals. All right, we got our bracket semifinals coming up. If you win this round, we need you to come right back around. Again, bracket semifinals coming at you right now. If you win this round, we need you to come right back around. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior Street, come on up to the top of the lanes for your chip draw for your final. Again, Junior Street, come on up for your chip draw for your final, and really that'll just be for lanes. So Junior Street, come on up for your chip draw for your final. Here we go, Ernie Riley and Sarah Thorpe. They're both out of the Disorganized Grime Stables. One of our sponsors out here, that's a bracket race team based out of Denver, Colorado. So it's about to be good. Riley dialed 1310, Thorpe dialed 1124. You see the Nap Shack down here with the Union Jack on the roof. He is selling those shirts right now. 25 bucks will get you one of those, and help Mr. Tom Bagley bring that Fox body back over to the UK so he can find himself a girlfriend/wife. Close lights on this side. Rich Thorpe walking back with his head down already. She hasn't lost yet, Rich. At the stripe. She did lose now. 13-13 in the left lane for Ernie on the 13-10. He goes 102 on the tree, and unfortunately Sarah Thorpe only able to manage a 129 on the tree, but goes 25 on the 24. Levi Holt is just going to take the tree, and he's going to back on out, and he will take on Ernie Riley. The big block 1975 Maverick. Tom Bagley's also available for cameo appearances. He can say your name in his UK accent. Like Eric Carroll. Eric Carroll. Danny Grubra. He's doing those for $100 a piece. Maybe? I don't know. He'll probably do it for 25 cents. He doesn't care. So Levi Holt will back the 75 Maverick out, and he will wait for Sarah Thorpe. I'm sorry, for Ernie Riley to come back around, and that'll be our finals in that bracket race category. Again, waiting for Junior Street. Junior Street, you guys should be at the top for your final, getting your chip draw done. Matthew Frost. I can't say that in a UK accent. I'll have to have Tom say that for me so I can say it right. But I can say Eric Carroll. Eric out of Maverick Dent Company. If you have hail damage on your stuff anywhere in Texas, he'd be happy to take the dents out of your stuff. For some reason, he keeps letting me drive around my car with hail damage all over it and never fixes it, which is crap. You gonna go fix it now? It's got 200,000 miles on it. He gives me a thumbs down on that. I mean, whatever. Again, Junior Street Finals coming at you. Our bracket finalists come on right back around, and Ernie knows what that's about. He can round robin that car on a Rocky Mountain Race Week at Great Bend, Kansas. I think he made something like 30 passes in one night with that same exact car. Just, yeah, exactly. Like a circle pit at a Pantera concert with Red Hat Scotty, with Brian Tooley, and carrying around a Buc-ee sandwich. Do not mosh pit with a Buc-ee sandwich. I'm here to tell you.
I would.
You would? You and a BTR camshaft.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be great, man. I got Buc-ee sandwich in my right hand, BTR camshaft in the left hand.
Yeah, a Chuck Norris in your left hand. Absolutely. Chuck Norris him out. Little red hot cam action. Heck yes. So again, bear with us. We're coming down to the nitty gritty here for our finals. All of our heads up classes, we are getting ready to call you, so make sure you have your stuff all buttoned up and ready to go. Get a quick last minute look at those rides before we bring you up and we start crowning champions. And we're handing out like tens and tens of thousands of dollars once that gets squared up. And Matt Frost is going, wait, how much money? Son of a.
Who signed off on this?
Yeah, who signed off on this? Well, you did. He just forgot about it. Here comes the Junior Street Final. Again, bracket cars. And again, Ernie, you know the deal. Come back around. Levi Holt, you got it. You got him? Oh, yeah. See, those guys are awesome. Those Colorado racers know what's up. Ernie's the jam. And, of course, Levi, that dude's maybe the nicest dude on the planet.
So, funny story about...
Oh, hold on.
So, funny story about Ernie. The other day, we went from Flying H, and we had to go pick up Jacob Broyles at his house, and Ernie followed us way out of the way, and I had to stop and be like, hey, man, we're going to get another racer and getting back on the route. So it was good. I told him, and he, very apologetic that he made a mistake and followed me, which is never good. So
I say that all the time, too. People assume I know what in the hell's going on around here, and they follow me on the drives. That's the worst thing you can do ever, especially if I'm navigating. If you see me in the passenger seat of that Cadillac, assume we're lost, and assume that Stevie is yelling at me because I have got us lost. If I'm driving that car, she's a way better navigator than me. We might be on, but odds are good we're still lost. So never follow the black Cadillac with the RMRW plate, because odds are good we are 25 miles down the wrong freaking road. Jason Acton down there from War Performance picking up a shirt. Hell yes. Loving on that. Did Eric White also grab a shirt? He did. Very nice. Eric White out of Drag Drive Repeat. We got those guys to 10,000 subs on their YouTube channel this week. So big shout out to DDR. And those guys are the truth. They are the top when it comes to social media drag and drive stuff. And they have that Wednesday Drag Drive Repeat podcast that they do. And then they do a Saturday morning kind of update of whatever happened that week as well. And they are going to have so much to talk about this week. That one's, yeah, quiet one. You got to like rock it. Yeah, you're good.
Which one?
So Red Hat, we found another mic for you.
Yeah, so I blew my voice out day one. It's still not great. We were supposed to go back and forth throughout the week, but I done got excited for everybody on Megaweek this year, man. There were so many great passes. All of our friends, our family were just killing it on day one. I blew this thing out. I sound rough as could be right now, but thank you, Adam, for letting me grab the spare mic, talking.
And you've been doing a little bit of mic work over there at Flying H. That's your home track. And you got on the mic, and I was like, dude, I get people were like, oh my God, watch out, Adam Dory. And I was like, dude, we need more cool people on the mic like you that know what the hell they're talking about. Hey, and also can like inform people and stuff. So I don't see any other like cool announcer out there ever as a competition for me ever, because
Yeah, no, it was cool. So you gave me advice. You were like, dude, go in head first, dive in. Don't tickle the toes in the water. Go in head first, dude. If you're gonna do it, do it. And so you know what I did? And every word of advice you gave me, I took to heart, and I've been trying to do it at Flying H. But you know what? We're not at Flying H right now. We are at Tulsa Raceway Park, watching our junior streeters coming down here.
all female fight. Molly also in the left lane, the 91 Fox Mustang. I know you're shooting for them. Fox
I'm a Fox guy.
She's got a 909.
But, you know, I did drive a Silverado all week, so, you know.
It's dead again. You got it.
All right, so minor technicality with Adam Dory, everybody. Not that that's the first time, but left lane, so red. 001 in the right lane, red. Tough break right there. So we're getting Adam Dory back together. He had to change batteries in the mic. You know, we have these things happen when we're over here in the tower.
The best part about this is that the microphone tells me it has batteries. It has a full battery signal, but it doesn't do nothing. So that's pretty fun. And luckily, my audio engineer is Anthony Watson, who doubled up wins in the 14-0 category. So he'll jump up here and go, "Your mic's off again." And I'm like, "Oh, crap."
And we appreciate that. As announcers, you know, sometimes we may or may not mess up.
If
somebody else can come up and tell us that we're wrong, well, then they were right, and we're going to fix it real fast.
I am looking for a help getting Mark Cooling's truck pushed from the top end of the racetrack back to his pit or pulled. If you have a ride or something like that to help him up, get his stuff back there. David Winnett's pushing this stuff all back to me, but if you have the ability to help him get that ride back to his trailer, he would be forever appreciative to make that happen. But check this out. The Havlicks FSC Shootout, right? Happening this year in Cordova, Illinois. And I'll be on the mic for that, and it'll be on bankshift.com. And this is my second year, and I get to share the mic with Al Tucci, the venerable. If you guys don't know Al Tucci, then what are you doing with your life?
Probably not the right stuff.
Right, and so I get to share the microphone with that cat. And I just got a message from Brian Havlick, or Jess Havlick. 2 FSC shootout cars are in the finals.
No way.
So Goldstone, right, Goldstone in the awesome Jabgasm. And of course, Tony Weissman with that blown Mopar are going to be our finals in the FAF, and both FSC shootout rides from last year, and I'm sure they'll be back this year at that FSC shootout. Check that out at the Havlicks FSC shootout, WFO Productions. Check them out on all your social media stuff for all the updates on that, and that's going to be an absolutely crazy event, and they have a drag and drive class.
Yeah, that FSC shootout, guys. If you are anywhere close to there, or you want to travel, definitely go check that out. If you can't travel and make it, definitely check out the live feed
On Bank Shift, and it'll be brought to you free. Red light time for Levi Holt. Hands the win over to Ernie Riley. So your winner in the bracket shootout is Mr. Ernie Riley, and he goes 37 on the tree and goes 13:08 on the 13:10, and that is your winner. Unfortunately, Holt goes red by 5 thou, and that's heartbreak. But again, the end, you make it to the finals. Your daughter makes it to the semis, 8th finals, I believe, semis in Junior Street. You had a hell of a good week if you're driving this late in the day at the end of a week after driving 1,320 miles.
Absolutely. After making that entire drive and then going that far, in both of them went really, really far. So that is super impressive. Having all those miles on the car,
Right.
running rounds,
Right.
spinning around, coming right back. Amazing performance by that team right there.
So cool, dude. So cool. So you came up at the perfect time, dude, and you got your voice back at the perfect time, because we were going to do track prep, because we got to bring up our baddest stuff, and we got all of our finals coming up here for all of the rest of our heads up classes.
Adam, apparently I got my fan club down here on the starting line.
The Red Hat Scotty fan club on the starting line, hanging out around the nap shack.
Yeah, so my fan club down there on the starting line. There's Tom right there. Look at that big, huge smile.
Yeah, he's in the States on vacation.
They said they can't hear me.
Rock it like a metal singer.
Can you hear me? Hello, Tom.
No, nothing. Okay, barely hear Scotty. It's you got to hold it like a metal singer.
Oh, don't tell me that.
Like this, right.
All right, hey, can you hear me now?
See?
Yeah, there we
Metal
go.
singer, dude. It's all about the metal.
I mean, I usually don't go too metal, but I guess I have to go full metal this time.
You actually have to, if just in case for the future, since you're an up and coming announcer, if you announce at Thunder Valley, you got to do the exact same thing. You got to rock that thing like a metal singer, and sometimes you need to get it on where you're like down in it. And if you can see me, I'm down in it. But you guys can't see me if you're not Tom Bagley.
Was that a Alice in Chains reference there down in it?
It was an everything reference. It's 9 Inch Nails.
Yeah.
It's Alice in Chains. It's Adam Dory, the airborne announcer. It's Red Hat Scotty,
the airborne announcer.
The one and only airborne announcer. So doing track prep before we bring you the baddest stuff out here. What, Red Hat? What was your favorite car out here at Mega Week?
Yeah, there was a lot of them for sure. I spent a lot of time on one of them, Mr. Tom, one of my all-time favorite cars. I'm a huge Fox guy, huge four-eyed guy. I spent some time on this thing, so Tom, favorite car, man. Love that thing, for sure. There was quite a few of them, though. I mean, dude, there's so many cars on this event, being the 2 events with the A group and the B group and everything. So many different cars. You got everything from mild to wild. You got your stock type cars. You got your modified cars. You had Brian Goldstone in the Javelin, Jason Hurley in the Firebird. There's just so many different things. I mean, there's something for everyone. But, my favorite, though, my buddy Tom from the UK.
Attention in the pits. Rowdy Shootout Final. Rowdy Shootout Final. This is your call. Top of the staging lanes for your chip draw for your lanes. Rowdy Shootout Final. This is your call to the top of the lanes for your chip draw for your lanes. And my quick final. This is your call to the top of the lanes for your chip draw. Again, Rowdy and quick, and let's get BMF. BMFs as well. Why not? Come on down. Rowdy, quick, BMF. FAF, I'm going to calling you next, and we'll finish with exhibition in case you jerks try to, oil down the track. We don't want to finish up with you guys oiling the track down and having an hour down before we send our FAF cars. So our final 2 cars will be the exhibition cars.
Yeah, we don't want a track final of 2 tractors racing up and down, so let's...
That's less cool than seeing exhibition cars for our final 2. But you guys, we're going to bring you all these sweet finals. We got the Rowdy final. We got the quick final. We got the BMF final. I just called all of you. FAF, you are on deck. I'll be calling you next and then finishing with the exhibition. So pay attention, get those cars rocking and rolling, and we are going to finish off Mega Week in a spectacular fashion with both me, Adam Dory, and with Red Hat Scotty up here in the tower.
Yep, I finally got enough of my voice back that I'm up here trying to do it.
I love it, dude. And we've been talking kind of when we started the week, you were like, do you mind if I come up? And I was like, not only do I not mind, I would be honored to share the airwaves with you up here, dude. And of course, if you guys don't know Red Hat Scotty, this dude's been drag and drive, living this world for a long, long, long time. You've been on my podcast. You've been on a bunch of podcasts. You've been on DDR. Man, you name it. Red Hat Scotty's been at it. And what's your next event? Are you going to be at the circuit?
Yeah, so we're doing the circuit coming up. Michael Narks, the drag drive repeat deal. The circuit, going to be a great, great weekend event. And then right after that, we're coming back here at Tulsa again, and we're going to do Jared Holt's King of the Open Road.
Cool, cool. I may or may not be at the circuit. We're trying to kind of work that out now. That's Cliff Parvin's event for the announcing world. If you guys don't know, Mike Narks puts that on, and it's actually a drag and drive for charity. It's a super cool deal. They do a bunch of stuff for, I believe, the local kids hospital in the Tulsa area.
We donate a bunch of money to different charities on the circuit, whether it be, Children's Home, hospital, whatever. And it's great because that one's so laid back, Adam. All the people that show up, we like to give each other a hard time, and we like to run it out the back door.
Right.
So we'll make little side bets, and then we'll donate that money right back.
That's the best way, dude. That's the best way. I am going to be at the Big Sky Race Week up in Montana. I'll be on the mic with that, and Stevie will be competing up there as well, and that's like next weekend. So I get to sleep for like 4 days, and then I get to do this again because I like to basically kick myself in the nuts over and over. That's how I roll.
And then sounds like you like to party.
Absolutely. And then I may or may not be on the circuit. I talked to Cliff a little bit a couple of days ago, and I said, you know what's a good idea? Because he was not going to do the circuit because he was going to be at Streetcar Takeover Charlotte. And unfortunately, if you guys haven't heard, Cliff Parvin had a stroke and is struggling a little bit right now. And so I said, why don't, instead of you traveling to Charlotte and having to deal with all your health stuff right now, why don't you stay in Tulsa and do the circuit? And he told me, well, you might be a genius. And I was like, that's how I know you're sick, because I'm a moron. But we're kind of working it all out. But maybe Cliff, maybe me. Either way, you're going to get an amazing announcer over there at the circuit.
No, 100%. I mean, with Cliff's whole health stuff coming up, that was super cool of you to kick it back to him. A lot of times things don't work out the way they should. But it sounds like this time that it's going to, and, with Cliff's health and everything, we obviously want him to get better. That was a tough break. Cliff's such a great guy. If you can't make it, that's one thing. But if we can get Cliff, it's another thing.
Cliff's a gangster, dude. If you guys haven't been at a race where Cliff Parvin's been on the mic, of course, he was, for a long time, he was the Tulsa he's known as the Tulsa Madman. He did the midnight drags here, and he used to do all the announcing right there from the starting line. And, dude, those races would go until 3 or 4 or 5 in the morning. The sun would be coming up, and he'd be rocking the mic all night long.
And he still sounded like it was 9 p.m.
Exactly, dude, exactly. So that's going to be a super cool deal either way. And I, if I get to do it, awesome. I can't wait to hang out with my homies. And if Cliff gets to do it, awesome, because I want to have him back on the mic and doing what he loves, because that dude lives and breathes announcing drag racing.
No, for sure. You know, Cliff's such a great guy. If you guys ever get a chance to meet Cliff, come up, shake his hand, give him a high five, whatever. He is one of the most laid-back, cool type cats ever.
Okay, BMF, this is your call once again to the top of the staging lanes for your chip draw. And when I say that, we're just going to figure out your lane that you're going to be running in. So BMF, I need you to the top of the lanes, please. We do have our Rowdy and our quick cars down there ready for their finals.
All right, Adam, I'm going to run down and check out my boy in the Rowdy radial. So,
attaboy. And you're talking about Jacob. He looks like he eats barbecue broils.
Yes, sir, Mr. Welfare Check himself.
That's right.
We had to do a welfare check because he didn't wake up at the casino checkpoint.
Yeah.
And that was a good, fun story for later.
P.S. The Choctaw Casino, if you're not a RMRWers person on Facebook, the Choctaw Casino, 5 stars for pooping. Amazing bathrooms.
On the scale of 1 to what? Where we at?
Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. FAF, this is your call. FAF, our finals, this is your call. To the top of the staging lanes for your chip draw. And again, we're just getting you guys your lane assignments with that chip draw. So I should have Rowdy, I should have Quick, I should have BMF, I should have FAF, and Exhibition. You guys are on deck. I'll be calling you very soon. My Exhibition final, I'll be calling you very soon. And if your bud is not in a seat right now, or if you are not in a place where you can see the starting line, you are doing this wrong, because we are going to finish this off Megaweek style here at Tulsa Raceway Park. And it is going to be absolutely awesome to crown ourselves some winners. And then, again, Matt's going to go back there and he's going to hand out tens and tens of thousands of dollars to these winners. And he puts his fists in the air. And I'm sure that's got to be a tough thing to kind of watch that money come in and out. Like, I mean, huge amounts of money. You're like, I'm rich, I'm poor. You're rich for like 2 days, and then you got to give it all away. And again, this is a dude that competed in his very first event and tried to win it because he couldn't afford to pay the winner, which was Larry Larson. Went into his own savings account to make that first payment happen, and he was doing his best to pull the wick out to go beat Larry Larson up so he could keep that $15,000. But unfortunately, Larry Larson's a gangster. When I say unfortunately, I mean that dude's a gangster. If you lose to Larry Larson, I mean, you can't hang your head at all. That guy's the Pope of Drag and Drive. So again, our finals coming up. Huge payouts about to change hands here, and we are going to crown champions and roll up Mega Week. Red Hat Scotty was like, what are we going to do after this? Are we going to Buffalo Wild Wings again? If you guys did last year's Mega Week, you know about Buffalo Wild Wings. So I think we're going to make that happen. I think we tried to tip a waitress $4,000 to stay open late. She ended up not taking the tip, but they ended up staying open late anyway. That was pretty cool. So we're going to try for a redo of that without the $4,000 tip. Here we go. This is the Rowdy radial final. Donovan Linwood in the right lane. The very, very discreet, painted, wrapped Fox Mustang in the right lane. Taking on Jacob Broyles. Broyles has been in the 540s. And Linwood has been in the 5 teens. Again, doing 8th mile. No time. And they have all the wick pulled out for the finals. Broyles, he looks like he eats barbecue in the left lane. And Linwood. Linwood out of the Pacific Northwest with the Fox Mustang. The little 26 850 slick or a 235 radial. The pizza cutters. If you go look at the tire on your car sitting at home, it's likely larger than this tire. These guys are trying to shove about 2,000 horsepower down them. Broyles goes in deep. Linwood building the boost. He'll bump in. Here comes the tree. Broyles a little bit of starting line advantage, but Linwood drives away. And he turns on the wind light in that right lane. Linwood, your winner, the champion of the Rowdy Radial Shootout. You know what's really cool, though? Broyles gave him everything that he could take. He actually went 0, 0, 0 on the tree. Perfect reaction time on a 4/10 Pro tree. Woo!
Should be quick.
Coming at you now, our quick finals. The naturally aspirated small block ride in the right lane is Sean Stanford. Has been in the mid-9s, taking on the awesome Tesla Plaid with the Rick James license plate. He's Rick James, bitch. And he's Sean Stanford. So we're going all motor and all motor. And I mean like motors for real in that left lane. And a naturally aspirated ride in the right lane. Again, Stanford been in the mid 9-second range. The Tesla out of the 10-0 category. But again, if you know what a Plaid runs, you know what a Plaid runs. Stanford gets the jump. A little ahead at 330. Here comes the Tesla. Can Stanford hold him off? Yes, he can. The win in the right lane for Sean Stanford, the naturally aspirated ride. And that's your champion in the quick 32. That'll bring us to the BMF. The bad mother, shut your mouth. Kenzie Pierce in the left lane. The compressed air supercharged Colorado. Going against my dude in the right lane. Jacoby Betts. Betts out of Texas. Pierce out of Oklahoma City. So Betts out of the 9-0 category. Pierce out of the tailgate class. Diamond Dave. He's got the chain on to watch his daughter Kenzie try to get herself a win here. in the bad mother, shut your mouth. 16. But she's got a hell of a competitor of Jacoby Betts in the lane next to her that has something to say about that. Side by side at 330. Side by side at the 8th mile. A little bit of an advantage in the left lane. And Kenzie gets the win in the left lane. Kenzie Pierce is your champion in the bad mother 16. And Diamond Dave down there losing his mind along with Tina Pierce, who nearly won the slowest drag race I've ever seen in my whole life. Kenzie Pierce with the win in the finals in that bad mother 16. Here is our FAF final. Bryant Goldstone, the Javgasm in that right lane. Exhibition cars, this is your call. Exhibition cars, come on down. You'll be our final pass. Exhibition cars, come on down. So Goldstone and Weissman racing for $15,000. One takes 15, one takes 0. Weissman, the blown Mopar with the small radials. Goldstone, the twin turbo big block with the big old floppy slick tires. Again, 15,000 reasons for you to have the best run of your life. Again, exhibition cars. Come on up. You'll be our final 2 down the racetrack. Exhibition cars, come on up. Weissman and Goldstone. You'll see both these cars at the Havlicks FSC Shootout coming up in Cordova. But first, business at hand. The FAF Shootout here at Megaweek. Each of these cars has 1,320 street miles, including 500 miles in 7 inches of torrential rain downpour. And Goldstone did both the A and B class all week long. Here we go. Weissman has problems and knocks the tire and has all sorts of issues, and Goldstone will just drive on away. And that will give him $15,000 and not the pass he was looking for. Weissman has issues. That thing was making all sorts of pops and bangs and fire and all sorts of stuff out of the bottom of the thing. Goldstone for sure did not have his best pass. Weissman had the door open. And unfortunately, the car unable to make the call as it, I don't even know if it struck the tire. It was just sort of doing a burnout on the transmission, I think. And we'll finish it up with our exhibition cars. So your champion in the FAF Shootout is Bryant Goldstone, and he triples up. The man made $17,000 yesterday, and then puts an extra $15,000 on top, and that's a hell of a good couple of days of payday. So there is a little bit of light mist out there on the racetrack. So we are going to go ahead and just do a little bit of work before we bring you that exhibition final down. So let's get that going, and we'll be right back before you know it. So our exhibition final sitting down here. The Groot truck. That's James Esmond. I am Groot. And the Fox Mustang in the right lane. All I've had all week is David. What the heck is his last name? Someone, I'm going to run down there. You know what? I'm going to call this. Is it? James Esmond's in the left lane. I'm going to come down. You know what? I'm going to call this last pair from the starting line. Screw it. Let's go. Yeah, I'll make sure Falcor doesn't come out. I'll be right down there. Let's party. Maybe. There we go. It's David Bernitsky. So now you have a last name. You're not just David. Great stuff, dude. Good job bringing these things back and duking it out for some exhibition money. So James Esmond, David Bernitsky, getting ready to do it exhibition style for our last two pairs, or our last pair, I guess, last two cars here at Megaweek. Real quick. I'm down here. We're on the thing.
So you won't be around for that
So,
very good.
Matthew Frost,
Yes, sir.
what do you think about Megaweek, bro?
I think it was a success.
Absolute success. How much sleep did you get this week?
I don't know. I can't. There's not enough. I don't know. I don't even know what day it is. So I don't know, 8 hours all week.
That's about right. And I was just saying, like, we didn't add a ton of extra staff for this or anything. This is like your normal staff. It's kind of our 6 or 7 regular people that do this thing and come out here with 500 plus cars. And everyone said you were crazy, including me. And this thing pulled off.
Everybody said it couldn't be done. I mean, absolutely. I knew even the people that showed up here didn't believe it would happen. They just supported it and showed up. And then at the end, they told me, we didn't believe it'd get done. We thought it was going to be a shit show. And then they said it ran smoother than we've ever, pretty much like normal. We didn't even notice any difference other than the shift change, is what I was calling it, where, you know, B group and A group would come in and out. That was where it would end up being a little bit congested, but everybody seemed like they had a good time, and we did it.
We absolutely did it, dude. And, I mean, is it Mega Week again next year, or are we going back to normal?
I don't know. I mean, I want to go home and I want to think about it and see if there's anything that we need to do that we could do to make it different and better, obviously, like always. And, I mean, I'm not saying it is or isn't, and I'm not saying that it may not happen in the future, but we definitely know we can pull it off, so it's something that is definitely on the table.
And coming up next, we've got the Pueblo race coming up. First weekend in September, right?
Absolutely. It'll be the first weekend of September. It'll be a weekend deal where we start on Friday. We'll do like we normally do. We'll do tech, and then we'll go into our first round, and then the next day we'll do a drive day. We'll run our drive day, and then we'll go up in the mountains and do all kinds of cool stuff in the mountains. We're going to go to the Grand Canyon, right? I always get the Grand Canyon.
No, not the Grand Canyon's not in Colorado, but the Royal Gorge.
Yes, see, I knew I was going to screw that up. The Royal Gorge, we got that rented, and then we'll do that and go back to Bishop's Castle. And then the next day we'll do the same thing. Go do a real cool drive, and then we'll do a shootout at the end.
Giddy up. Here's our last pair. The exhibition cars. James Esmond in the left lane. And David in the right lane. Bernitsky.
How about these shootouts? It's always really close. There's a few that walk away with it, but it's everybody's game.
And how about, whoa, there we go. Are we on? Is this working? I can't hear anything. Is it working? It is working. There we go. The exhibition is what we're finishing with here. This is a cool deal because if they're out of competition, this gives them a chance to come back, fix their car, and come back here and earn themselves a little bit of money after thrashing on their stuff all week long. So here we go. James Esmond, David Bernitsky. Bernitsky on the red. Here comes the Goot truck. Esmond gets the win in the left lane. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to put a cap on Megaweek. The 10th year anniversary of Rocky Mountain Race Week, pulling off Megaweek, and again, everyone said this couldn't be done, and here we are finishing the absolutely coolest and biggest drag and drive that's ever happened in the history of drag and drives, dude. And thank you all, racers. Thank you all, sponsors. Thank every spectator, all you folks watching on the bankshift.com live stream. Man, we couldn't do it without every single one of you people and everyone that's ever signed up for a Rocky Mountain Race Week or a race week. We can't do this without you, and we owe it to every single one of you. So on behalf of everybody with Rocky Mountain Race Week, with Race Week, and with Mega Week, I'm Adam Dory. That's Matt Frost. That's June Allison. And Mega Week 2025, we are done. We do have awards that'll be happening in the same place that we did awards last night for all of these heads-up competitors, and we're going to be handing out tens and tens of thousands of dollars to all these folks that turned in wins, and second place leaves with $0. So tens and tens of thousands of dollars to winners, and second place get to know that they finished Mega Week, which is a win. This one was a brutal one, y'all. 1,320 miles, 1,320 hot dogs, and so many farts inside of Fox Body Mustangs. But again, rewards to follow directly. Come on over to that tent, and we are going to get it rocking and rolling, and we are going to crown ourselves champions and again give away tens and tens of thousands of dollars. Thank you all for tuning in here to Mega Week.